Hello, how's everybody doing? We're going to be getting started today. We'll see how it goes. It's been a couple rough days, but let's see how it goes. Um, I guess I'll start with some readings. We'll do the other day's readings. Joyful discoveries. We realize we only know a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick. The answers will come. If your own house is in order. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously, you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is a great fact for us. Sobriety is a journey full of joyful discovery. Each day brings new experiences, awareness, greater hope, deep faith, broader tolerance. I must maintain these attributes or I will have nothing to pass on. Great events for this recovering alcoholic are the normal, everyday joys found in being able to live another day in God's grace. That was the daily reflections. Next is Language of Letting Go. The 27th, which is 2 days ago, but that's okay. Letting go of the need to control. The rewards from detachment are great. Serenity, a deep sense of peace, the ability to give and receive love, self-enhancing, energizing ways, and the freedom to find real solutions to our problems. Codependent no more. Letting go of our need to control can set us and others free. It can set our higher power free to send the best to us. If we weren't trying to control someone or something, what would we be doing differently? What would we do if we were not letting ourselves do now? Where would we go? What would we say? What decisions would we make? What would we ask for? What boundaries would be set? When would we say no or yes? If we weren't trying to control whether a person liked us or his or her reaction to us, what would we do differently? If we weren't trying to control the course of a relationship, what would we do differently? If we weren't trying to control another person's behavior, how would we think, feel, speak, and behave differently than we do now? What haven't we been letting ourselves do while hoping that self-denial would influence a particular situation or person? Are there some things that we've been doing? Are there some things we've been doing that we'd stop? How would we treat ourselves differently? Would we let ourselves enjoy life more and feel better right now? Would we stop feeling so bad? Would we treat ourselves better? If we weren't trying to control, what could we do differently? Make a list, then do it. Today I will ask myself what I would be doing differently if I weren't trying to control. When I hear the answer, I will do it. God, help me let go of my need to control. Help me set free. Help me set myself and others free. That was a pretty good one. All right. Let's start here. Beginner's mind. Shoshin, another word. It's on Wikipedia. Cool. Let's read some. Shoshin, Japanese, is a concept in Zen Buddhism that meaning beginner's mind. It refers to having an attitude of openness, eagerness, and a lack of preconceptions while studying, even at advanced level, as a beginner would. The term is especially used in the study of Zen Buddhism and Japanese martial arts, and was popularized outside Japan by Shunryu Suzuki's 1970 book, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. The practice of Shoshin acts as a counter to the hubris and the closed-mindedness often associated with thinking oneself as an expert. This includes the Einstellung effect. The Einstellung is the development of mechanized state of mind, often called a problem-solving set, Estelung refers to a person's predisposition to solve given problem in a specific manner, even though better or more appropriate methods of solving the problem exist. Hmm. Where a person becomes so accustomed to a certain way of doing things that they do not consider or acknowledge the ideas. I guess I could increase the size of it. There, that'll probably help anybody who's trying to read. The practice of Shoshin acts as a counter to the hubris of closed-mindedness, often associated with thinking of oneself as that thinking of oneself as an expert. I was right. This isn't. I just read that. Approaching life with a beginner's mind. A lot of troubles can be solved by one simple practice. A lot of joy can be found with the same practice, and it's simple. Practice seeing life with a beginner's mind. I'm stealing, of course, from Zen Buddhism's Shoshin and Shunryu Suzuki's Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. And I've written about it numerous times, but it's more fundamental than most people realize. It's not just something that you can practice when you're learning something, though dropping the expert's mind and seeing the learning as a beginner is an important practice in learning. It's something you can practice every single moment of the day if you can remember to do so. What is beginner's mind? It's dropping our expectations and preconceived ideas about something and seeing things with an open mind, fresh eyes, just like a beginner. If you've ever experienced something new, you can remember what it's like. You're probably confused because you don't know how to do whatever you're learning, but you're also looking at everything as if it's brand new. Perhaps curiosity and wonder. That's beginner's mind. That's a good one. Let's put it up top. Top right. All right. Go back. But if you could imagine, but imagine if you could do this to every activity. Take eating breakfast, for example. You start by seeing the activity of eating with fresh eyes, as if you don't know what to expect, as if you hadn't done it thousands of times already. You really look at the food, the bowl, the spoon, and try to see the details you might not normally notice. You truly notice textures, tastes, smells, sights of any of the food. Pay close attention, as if you don't already know how the food will taste. Everything seems new, perhaps even full of wonder. You don't take anything for granted and appreciate every bite as a gift. It's temporary, fleeting, and precious. As you can see, the practice of beginner's mind transforms the activity. Absolutely. Why it matters. When you practice beginner's mind with an activity, better experiences. You aren't clouded by prejudgments, preconceptions, fantasies about what should be, or assumptions about how you already know what it will be. When you don't have these, you can't be disappointed or frustrated by the experience because there is no fantasy or preconception to compare it to. That's a good one. We'll add that. Less procrastination. If you're procrastinating on a big work task, you could look at it with a beginner's mind instead of worrying about how hard the task will be or how you might fail at it. You can be curious. No. Quit. No. Come lay. No. It's just Dirk. If you're talking to someone else, instead of being frustrated by them because they aren't meeting your ideal, you can see them with fresh eyes and notice that they're just trying to be happy, that they have good intentions even if they're not your intentions, and they're struggling just like you are. This transforms your relationship with the person. Less procrastination. If you are procrastinating on a big task, you could look at it with the beginner's mind, and instead of worrying about how hard the task will be or how you might fail at it, You can be curious about what the task will be like. You can notice the details of doing the task instead of trying to get away from them. Less anxiety. Oh, I should test. All right. Just in case. All right. Less anxiety. If you have an upcoming event or meeting that you're anxious about, instead of worrying about what might happen, you can open yourself up to being curious about what will happen. Let go of your preconceived ideas about the outcome and instead embrace not knowing. Embrace being present and finding gratitude in the moment for what you're doing and who you're meeting. As you can see, the practice of beginner's mind can transform any activity and get rid of a lot of our difficulties. Allow us to be more flexible, open, curious, grateful, present. I'm not saying all this happens automatically. It takes practice, but it's worth the practice. Let's add that. How to practice. Beginner's mind is what we practice in meditation. Instead of sitting in meditation and thinking you know what your breath will be like or the present moment in front of you will be like, you pay attention. See it with fresh eyes. Drop your preconceived ideas and just look clearly at what's in front of you. A daily meditation practice is extremely useful in developing this beginner's mind. Here's how to practice. Sit comfortably and upright in a quiet place. Pay attention to your body, then your breath, trying to see them clearly and freshly. When you notice yourself having preconceived ideas, wandering from the present moment, thinking you know how it will be, just notice that. See if you can drop the ideas and thoughts and fantasies and stories that are filling up your head. Empty yourself so you can see what's actually in front of you. See what your breath is actually like right now, instead of what you think it will be or what you're thinking about. Repeat the last few steps over and over. See the thoughts and fantasies, empty yourself, and see what's actually there with fresh eyes. You can practice this right now with whatever is in front of you, with how your body feels, how your breath feels, whatever else is around you. You can practice when you do any activity, from brushing your teeth to washing the dishes and walking and driving and working out and using your phone. You can practice whenever you talk to another human being, dropping your ideas of how they should be and instead emptying your mind and seeing them as they are. Notice their good heart, their difficulties, and be grateful for them as they are. Love them for who they are and find compassion for their struggles. This is the practice. Do it with a smile and with love, with fresh eyes and gratitude for the only universe we'll ever get, the actual one in front of us. That was pretty good. Let's read some more. The basic idea. Have you ever noticed how the world was filled with wonder and the endless possibilities in your childhood memories, but somehow the same world doesn't seem as limitless as an adult? As kids, we applied behavioral science in my inbox? I'm easily distracted. The world we inhabit today is filled to the brim with opinions informing our outlook on new subjects and ideas. This can be... Oh yeah, let's upgrade. This can be of great benefit. Having a wealth of information available at our fingertips through search engine data, countless media outlets, and constant social media has kept the average person more informed than ever. But this very same expertness makes it exceedingly difficult to cultivate an unbiased perception in new interactions. A concept that can help us return to an open state of mind is beginner's mind, a Zen technique used by many to remedy habits that reinforce limiting biases and the kind of mindset that we have as children. This state of mind is characterized by an attitude of openness and eagerness, in which a lack of preconception allows a person to see everything as though it was for the first time. Beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but the extroverts, there are few. Key terms: Shoshin, a term from Zen Buddhist teachings. I guess we could copy that. Shoshin, a term from Zen Buddhist teachings referring to the act of having an open mind, letting go all preconceived notions preconceived notions and looking at every aspect from a fresh, untarnished perspective. Zazen, a form of seated meditation used in Zen Buddhism in congruence with the mind state of Shoshin, used to gain insight into the nature of being and to maintain a state of presence. Original mind, referring to the state of mind that reflects the first incantation of an activity, or one's first attempt at understanding and practice. In Zen, the original mind is said to include everything within itself and is always rich and sufficient from its initial state. Confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of one's existing beliefs or theories. History. The term beginner's mind comes from Zen philosophy and was brought to the West by the writings and speeches of the Japanese Zen master Shunryu Suzuki. His musings suggest that open-mindedness can foster the development of new skills, better decision-making tactics, and greater empathy, while an outlook riddled with all-knowingness, like that of an expert, is quite limiting in practice. I wonder why this makes me yawn so much. His musings suggest that open-mindedness can foster the development of new skills, better decision-making tactics, and greater empathy, while an outlook riddled with all-knowingness, like that of an expert, is quite limiting in practice. Why can't I remember this? This is not to say that experience should be negated, but rather reapplied to each new circumstance with an open mind. The goal of beginner's mind is to temporarily let go of any learned ideas and concepts about the world so that you can approach the situation from a new perspective. That's a good one. In Zen, open-mindedness and the dismissal of expectations are vital to the practice of meditation. There are two avenues through which such a clear-headed state is achieved. Those are Shoshin and Zazen. Zazen is considered the heart of Japanese Soto Zen Buddhist practice and encourages the act of simply sitting and suspending all judgmental thinking, letting words, ideas, images, and thoughts pass by without getting involved with them. A physical state of being found through Zazen can then allow the subject to engage in Shoshin, dropping preconceptions and taking on an attitude of unbridled openness. By the mid-1950s, Zen teachings had already gained a little headway amongst the American public. They say they especially resonated with the beatnik community. The anti-materialist, soul-searching aspect of the beat movement made Zen wisdom widely popular. Alan Watts's literature on Zen and Buddhism began to spread far and wide, and with it, Shunryu Suzuki's work began to gain traction among the beatniks haven. In beatniks haven, institutions like the San Francisco Art Institute and the American Academy of Asian Studies. Suzuki's first lecture held at the Academy marked the beginning of the Zen teaching, truly entertaining the mainstream in American culture. Suzuki had the class engage in Zazen for the first part of the class, which required that they stare at the white wall for 20 minutes. With every class, little by little, more people showed up in the mornings to sit Zazen for 40 minutes with Suzuki. The group that sat with Suzuki eventually formed the San Francisco Zen Center. This sparked Suzuki's long-held desire to teach Zen to Westerners and marked the beginning of an era of a New Age spiritual classics that would permeate through the North American thought for years to come. Cool. People. Shunryu Suzuki. Born in 1904, Shunryu Suzuki was a Japanese Zen master of the Soto school who immigrated to the United States in 1958. He founded the Zen Center in San Francisco and Zen Mountain Center in Tasayara, California, or Tassajara, whatever. The first Soto monastery in the Western Hemisphere. When Suzuki first arrived in the United States, Zen teachings having already gained some popularity in the San Francisco artistic community, lectures on topics of Zen were beginning to be offered in the area and started to garner recognition. Soon enough, Ueko Kusumitsu Kato, a fellow Zen priest in the area who had done some previous teaching at the academy, asked Suzuki to assist in the class he was given there on Buddhism. What followed was decades of teaching, spreading awareness, and the touching the lives of tens of thousands of people of Buddhist and non-Buddhist affiliation alike through his most famous work, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. The book contains a series of lectures and musings on various concepts within Zen teachings and has become one of the two most influential books on Buddhism in the West. Do I still have that one book open?
To make sense of this shocking call and get
No, doesn't look like it. All right. Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. Let's look up an EPUB. Let's see if we can find an EPUB. Let's read a little bit about this from here. All right, practice. That's about meditation. We could go over meditation. Doesn't look like the longest book at all. There's only 69 pages. First edition, 1970? Oh, jeez. That's really small. Is this... Why is it throwing... All right. This piece of incense. Should we read the preface? No. Let's just hold on to that. We'll come back to it later. Consequences. Now let's go to the next one. How to foster Shoshin. How to foster Shoshin. It's easy for the mind to become close to new ideas. Cultivating a beginner's mind helps us rediscover the joy of learning. Hello. I'm doing some mental health work today. I like going over topics every day and making a little document with a little bit of what I've read. I'm interested in mental health and helping people out. If you're interested, cool. I'm hoping for a community that wants to help other people out and who's probably gone through things like depression and anxiety. And I don't know, I want to have a good place where people can come together. It's pretty important for me. I do this because it helps me out. I don't know if you know anything about 12-step programs, but there's a step that says having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, try to pass the message to others and practice these principles in all of our affairs. So one of the things I want to do is help anybody I can, because in helping them, I help myself. So that's kind of what the plan is here. So thanks for coming and hanging out. I'll keep reading. Let me know if it's too small, or I'll just increase it a little bit anyways. There we go. The Japanese Zen term Shoshin translates as beginner's mind and refers to a paradox. The more you know about a subject, the more likely you are to close your mind to further learning. As the Zen monk Shunryu Suzuki put in his book Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, 1970, in the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind there are few. Let's put that. I don't think we've copied that yet. Let's put that close to the beginner's mind. I guess I could make a box No, that's a selection tool. Box tool. Let's put a box around the topic. Nice. All right, let's continue reading. Many historical examples demonstrate how the expert mind, or feeling like an expert, can lead to closed mindedness and the obstruction of scientific progress. In 1912, for instance, I don't know if anybody's talking either. Sorry for all the interruptions. I'm trying to make sure I'm new to streaming, and I'm trying to make sure that everything's working. Um, can lead to closed mindedness and the obstruction of the scientific process. In 1912, for instance, when the German geophysicist and explorer Alfred Wegener proposed, counter to the received wisdom of the day, that the Earth is made up of shifting continental plates, he was ridiculed by expert geologists around the world. His German compatriots referred to his delirious ravings, while experts in the United States accused him of peddling pseudoscience. It would take decades before the orthodoxy was overturned and the accuracy of his theory was acknowledged. That's crazy. Similar stories abound. In my own field of neuroscience, for example, belief in the legendary Spanish neuroscientist Santiago Ramon y Cajal's harsh decree that adult humans are unable to grow new neurons persisted for decades in the face of mounting contradictory evidence. Intellectual hubris doesn't afflict only established scientific experts. Merely having a university degree in a subject can lead to people grossly overestimating their knowledge. Wow. In one pertinent study in 2015, researchers at Yale asked graduates to estimate. Sorry, I've just started thinking about the Dunning-Kruger effect right here. I'm going to look that up. I'm not sure if you've heard of it yet. Dunning-Kruger effect. This is an interesting effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. Thank you. We're going to copy that. And we'll add that right there. It was first described by Justin Kruger and David Dunning in 1999. Some researchers also include the opposite effect for high performers, their tendency to underestimate their skills. In popular culture, the Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood as a claim about general overconfidence of people with low intelligence instead of specific overconfidence of people unskilled at a particular task. Numerous similar studies have been done. The Dunning-Kruger effect is usually measured by comparing self-assessment with objective performance. For example, participants may take a quiz and estimate their performance afterward, which is then compared to their actual results. The original study focused on logical reasoning, grammar, and social skills. Other studies have been conducted across a wide range of tasks. They include skills from fields such as business, politics, medicine, driving, aviation, spatial memory, examination in schools, and literacy. There is disagreement about the cause of the Dunning-Kruger effect. According to metacognitive explanation. Say that 10 times fast. Jeez. Poor performances misjudge their abilities because they fail to recognize the qualitative difference between their performance and the performances of others. The statistical model explains the empirical findings as a statistical effect, in combination with general tendency to think one is better than average. Some proponents of this view hold that the Dunning-Kruger effect is mostly a statistical artifact. The rational model holds that overly positive prior beliefs about one's skills and the source of false assessment. Another explanation claims that self-assessment is more difficult and error-prone for low performers because many of them have very similar skill levels. There is also disagreement about the facts that the effect, where the effect applies. Okay. Looks like somebody just. No. No. Never mind. You can go show. Then you come back down. Go see. Now, go see. Okay, come on now. Come on, honey. All right. Things are going all right. It's more upstairs. That's easy for Nell. Nell loves more. Definition. The Dunning-Kruger effect is defined as the tendency of people with low ability in a specific area to give overly positive assessments of this ability. This is often seen as cognitive bias, i.e., as a symptomatic tendency to engage in erroneous forms of thinking and judging. In the case of the Dunning-Kruger effect, this applies mainly to people with low skill in a specific area trying to evaluate their competence within this area. The systematic error concerns their tendency to greatly overestimate their competence, i.e., to see themselves as more skilled than they are. The Dunning-Kruger effect is usually defined specifically for the self-assessments of people with a low level of competence, but some theorists do not restrict it to the bias of people with low skill and discussing the reverse effect, i.e., the tendency of highly skilled people to underestimate their abilities relative to the abilities of others. In this case, the source of the error may not be the self-assessment of one's skills, but an overly positive assessment of the skills of the others. This phenomenon can be understood as a form of false consensus effect, i.e., the tendency to overestimate the extent to which people share one's beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. Some researchers include metacognitive component in their definition. In this view, the Dunning-Kruger effect is the thesis that those who are incompetent in a given area tend to be ignorant of their incompetence, i.e., they lack metacognitive ability to become aware. I'm having fun. Confidence. This definition leads itself to a simple explanation of effect. Incompetence often includes being unable to tell the difference between competence and incompetence. For this reason, it is difficult for the incompetent to recognize their own incompetence. This is sometimes learned as the dual burden account, since low performers are affected by two burdens. They lack a skill and they are unaware of this deficiency. Other definitions focus on the tendency to overestimate one's ability and to see the relation to metacognition as a possible explanation that there is no part of the definition. That is not part of the definition. This contrast is relevant since metacognitive explanation is controversial. Many criticisms of the Dunning-Kruger effect target this explanation, but accept the empirical findings that low performers tend to overestimate their skills. Among lay people, the Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood as the claim that people with low intelligence are often more confident in their knowledge and skills than people with high intelligence. According to a psychologist, Robert D. McIntosh, and his colleagues, it is sometimes understood in a popular culture that, hey, how's it going? Thanks for coming to hang out. Going over through some mental health stuff. Right now I'm touching on Dunning-Kruger effect. How's your day going? I hope you're having a good start of your week. Where was I? Oops. Going absolutely great. Finally, I'd say. Oh, that's good. Yeah, if you're anything like me, times can be tough, but finally coming out on top of them it feels good. You know, even if you're not always on top of them, like really, but like today, one of my things is I don't talk very often. I am very kept to myself, and so kind of getting on here and streaming, even when there's no people, it's been helping me feel a little less depressed, which in my case is really a big deal. I've suffered with depression for years and years and years, and I kind of have ups and downs, and I struggle to deal with it, even though I have so many tools. So one of the things I've been trying to do is to work on it. So, for instance, today there's three topics: beginner's mind, which is what I'm covering right now. Next will be joyous discovery, and then letting go of the need to control. And I'm looking up a little bit of what each one means, what it means to my life, and how I can use these tools to improve it. um, I have a lot of tools for dealing with this kind of stuff, but I'm really, really bad at using it. I'm really, really bad at doing the things that I have to do. Hmm. It's pretty fun. Beginner's mind is it's like a meditation term, and it's basically to come at everything with a beginner mind, so you don't think that you know everything. And I'm pretty bad at that, at not having a beginner's mind. I'm one of those people that I think I know about so many different things, and I don't. And so one of my things I'm working on today is trying to approach things a little bit open minded, more open minded than I have. I think it helps too, especially for learning. If you're learning anything and you come at it with a beginner's mind, it helps you a great deal. It's a definitely a skill, and it's a skill that I definitely want to work on. All right, where was I? I totally forget. Maybe the last one. Among lay people, the Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood as the claim that people with low intelligence, oh, I read this, are more confident in their knowledge and skills than people with high intelligence. According to the psychologist Robert D. McIntosh and his colleagues, it is sometimes understood in popular culture as the claim that stupid people are too stupid to know that they're stupid. But the Dunning-Kruger effect applies not only to intelligence in general, but to skills in specific tasks. Nor does it claim that people are lacking a given skill are as confident as high performers. Rather, that low performers overestimate themselves, but their confidence level is still below that of high performers. Measurement analysis and investigated tasks, that sounds like a little bit too much. I'd like to know about metacognitive, though. Metacognitive. The metacognitive explanation rests on the idea that part of acquiring a skill consists of learning to distinguish between of good and bad performances of the skill. It assumes that people of low skill level are unable to properly assess their performance because have not yet acquired the discriminatory ability to do so. This leads them to believe that they are better than they actually are because they do not see the qualitative difference between their performance and that of others. In this regard, they lack the metacognitive ability to recognize their own incompetence. This model has been called the dual burden account, or the double burden of incompetence, since the burden of regular incompetence is paired with the burden of metacognitive incompetence. The metacognitive lack may hinder some people from becoming better by hiding their flaws from them. This can then be used to explain how self confidence is sometimes higher for unskilled people than for people with average skill. Only the latter are aware of their flaws. Some attempts have been made to measure metacognitive abilities directly to examine this hypothesis. Some findings suggest that poor performers have reduced metacognitive sensitivity, but it's not clear that its extent is sufficient to explain the Dunning-Kruger effect. Another study concluded that unskilled people lack information, but that their metacognitive processes have the same quality as those of skilled people. An indirect argument for the metacognitive model is based on an observation that training people in logical reasoning helps them make more accurate self-assessments. Many criticisms of the metacognitive model hold that it is insufficient, that it has insufficient empirical evidence, and that alternative models offer a better explanation. Statistical and better than average effect. No, go to the next topic. Joyous discovery. What is joyful discovery? At Clapham School, we talk a lot. Oh, is this a school? All right. We talk a lot about cultivating joyful discovery, but what does it actually mean by that phrase? First, let me begin by saying what joyful discovery is not. Joyful discovery is not watching TV, surfing the internet, or playing video games. What? That I do not agree with that at all. We're not even going to finish reading that. The joy of discovery. Oh, it's a. What the heck? What? $1,000? Joy of discovery. Great encounters along the way. Is that a book too? Damn it. That's why our mission has defined joyful discovery as an approach marked by diligence and joy. Sometimes you have to sow the seeds of diligence and hard work and determination for a long time before you're able to see the fruit of joyful discovery in a particular subject or area. Not everyone is natural at everything. What is joyful? No, not you again. What does it? Not a dis. The phrase joy of discovery refers to the feeling of happiness and excitement that comes from exploring or uncovering something new or unknown. It encapsulates the pleasure one experiences when making a fresh, unexpected finding or gaining knowledge about a subject for the first time. That's a good one. I'm copying that one. There we go. Here are a few examples to illustrate the meaning and usage of this phrase. In a science class, to teacher. Oh, I guess this is just. The joy of discovery and assisting you cultivation by telling something it doesn't already know does. Joy discovery definition. Let's see what this one says. The joyful journey of self-discovery. Many of us have done some soul searching lately. Some of us have looked at our companies and our brands. We might really be digging into what our roles are at work, why we're working for this company or doing this kind of work and not that. And some of us have looked beyond the bigger picture, our communities, our societies. Most of us have heard the idea we're on a journey, one that leads to self-discovery, to really knowing ourselves, who we are, what our purpose is, why we do what we do. I've thought about my own path forward, my own evolution, and learning from the journey of others around me, and I started to see a pattern. It became obvious that each decade created incremental value that an individual can bring to life, business, friends, and family. Indeed, there are lots of developmental roadmaps, yet many are cold or focus on problems and challenges. This discussion will hopefully inspire a way to look at the journey and see what the value a human can provide from each segment. There are so many models out there, like design thinking, that support gathering people from different backgrounds for fresh perspectives. Maybe design with the journey of learning can amplify new ways to look at problems. This article comes from a place of thousands of interviews that I have personally done and where I can get the most value. In many cases, many cases, that's from segments that businesses have deemed less worthy, given they would be aging out, unrepresented, and always with incredible learning and foresight to add. Here's how I see we navigate and build incremental value as we grow. Childhood awakening. When we're kids, When we're kids, everything can seem wondrous. That's especially true when we're new to this earth, just awakening into ourselves. We look at the world around us with so much to take in, and even the simplest of things can seem amazing. We are born curious. We are learning so much, and not just from formal schooling, yet it never feels overwhelming or scary. Kids love to discover and learn in so many different ways. We are the sponges to the world. We see the world through our parents or guardians. This is this time this time in our life is where our values are shaped. Teen years discovery. No, let's cancel that. Let's look up the um let's see if I can find. No. Why would you? Why? I guess. Well, I'll talk about it a little bit. There is a um, teaching someone else. Why is teaching someone else what you've already? Let's look at this. Good for your own learning. No. Can you think of a time when teaching someone else has actually helped you to learn something new yourself? If so, how did this happen and what was it about? Just protege effect. Teaching someone else is the best way to learn. Protege effect. That's kind of a cool thing. Maybe I should look up that next. What do you guys think? Should we go to that? Should we go to that next, or should we continue on Joyous Discovery? Joyous Discovery is being a little bit of a jerk, but that is okay. I am doing what I can. We got one person coming in chat already. I'm pretty happy about that. I know. I love you. Hi, baby girl. Can you come lay with me? Learning by teaching others may be extremely effective. Yes, let's just look at that one. Learning by teaching others may be extremely effective. A new study finds that teaching may improve the teacher's learning because it compels the teacher to retrieve what they've previously studied. Let's copy that. Is there a book, an article to read? Oh, there is. Let's learn a little bit about this. The learning by teaching effect has been demonstrated in many studies. Students who spend time teaching what they've learned go on to show better understanding and knowledge retention than students who simply spend the same time restudying. What remains unresolved, however, is exactly why teaching helps the teacher better understand and retain what they've learned. For a new study, no, come lay. Come lay, honey. Good girl. Good girl. Love you. Good girl. You're a good girl. For a new study in applied cognitive psychology, researchers led by Aloysius Wei Lun Co. Jeez. set out to test the theory that teaching improves teachers' learning because it compels the teacher to retrieve what they've previously studied. In other words, they become learning. The learning benefit of teaching is simply another manifestation of the well-known testing effect. The way that bringing to mind what we've previously studied leads to deeper and longer-lasting acquisition of that information than more time spent passively restudying. The researchers recruited 124 students and asked them to spend 10 minutes studying a text with accompanying figures about the Doppler effect in sound waves, a topic about which none of them had any previous knowledge. With a few with a view to teaching the material themselves afterwards without notes, participants were told that they could take notes while studying, but not keep them for the next stage. After the study phase, the participants were divided into four groups. One of the groups for one in one groups in one group, participants spent 5 minutes being filmed alone while they stood and delivered a lesson on the study material without notes. They could use a blank flip chart to draw figures if they wanted. The other groups spent the same time completing multiplication arithmetic, standing up and teaching verbatim from a set script, including making references to pre-drawn figures on a whiteboard or writing down all they could remember from the text, i.e., a form of retrieval practice designed to induce the testing effect. A week later, all the participants returned to the lab for a surprise test of their knowledge and comprehension of the original study text in the form of 6 free response questions that required them to explain key concepts from the study materials. The critical finding is that the teaching without notes group outperformed the group that had spent the same amount of time completing arithmetic problems and the group that had taught from a script, but so too did the group who simply spent the same amount of time retrieving what they learned. In fact, the final comprehension performance of the teaching without notes group and the retrieval practice group was comparable. Oh, interesting. Researchers said that their results suggest that the benefits of the learning by teaching strategy are attributable to retrieval practice. That is, the robust learning by teaching strategy works, but only when the teaching involves retrieving the taught materials. The new findings don't undermine the notion of teaching as an effect learning method, but they have practical implications for how learning by teaching is approach is applied in education and training. In order to ensure that students and tutors learn and retain the educational material that they have been prepared and presented in class, they ought to internalize or be presented material prior to communicating it to an audience, rather than rely on study notes during the presentation process, the researchers said. Critics, critical readers may take the issue with the lack of realism in the study. There was no audience of learners in either of the teaching conditions, and therefore no interaction, which surely also plays a part in the learning benefits of teaching. Also, participants in all the groups were originally primed to expect to have to teach the material, which may have had their learning benefits in itself. Perhaps the retrieval group would not have matched the comprehension of the teaching without notes group without being primed in this way. Lunko and colleagues acknowledged some of these issues, and they called further to research assess the importance of retrieval practice across a variety of teaching scenarios and activities. Let's go further reading. Learning benefits of teaching, a retrieval practice hypothesis. Summary. Teaching educational materials to others enhances the teacher's own learning of those to be taught materials, although the underlying mechanisms remain largely unknown. Here we show that learning by teaching benefit is possibly a retrieval benefit. Learners A solved arithmetic problems, i.e., we already went through that. Should we add the protege effect? No, it's just about learning. I think we're good on that. Most of this stuff. Let's write some of our own stuff on Joyous recovery, or just discovery. What do you guys think we should rate? Who's here? Who's ready to talk? Who's ready to get in here and share what they've been going through? All right. Okay, honey. Joyous discovery. The more joy we experience, while discovering new things, ideas, thoughts, theories, etc. The more we experience, the more joy we experience while discovering new things, the better we are at learning and retaining the information. By approaching new things with a beginner mind, we can, by approaching new things with a beginner's mind, oh, dang, what was I going to say? By approaching new things together, or by approaching new things with a beginner's mind, oh, we can use curiosity. Well, the joy of discovery, I can't put that in. What else? Curiosity, and there was another word. Joyful discovery. Children's House, learning through joyful discovery. I don't know. By approaching new things with the beginner's mind, can much better absorb teachings and good enough. All right, we got a lot now. We've gone over a little bit. Letting go of the need to control. That's a tough one. Let go of control. How to learn the art. Ooh, tiny Buddha. Let go of control. How to learn the art of surrender. Let's copy that. Learn the art of surrender. Ooh, that's a nice picture. By Dr. Amy Johnson. That sounds familiar. You must learn to let go. Release the stress. You were never in control anyway. Steve Maraboli. I've noticed that things go much more smoothly when I give up control, when I allow them to happen instead of making them happen. Unfortunately, I'm terrible at this. Although I'm much better than I used to be, I'm a bit of a control freak. I often use perfectly good energy trying to plan, predict, and prevent things that I cannot possibly plan, predict, or prevent. For example, I wonder if my baby is going to get proper nap when we travel, and if not, just how crabby she might be. I think I think through her travel and napping patterns, attempting to figure out exactly what we're up against, as if her sleep is something I can control. I also think about the weather a lot when out of town guests are visiting. I spend my already limited time planning every possible weather mood combination when considering our itinerary. Jeez. Like most humans I know, I spend a lot of time in business that's not mine. The baby's business, my friend's business, Mother Nature's business. As a recovering control freak, there are three things that I know for sure about trying to control things. One, we try to control things because of what we think will happen if we don't. In other words, it's rooted in fear, which is very well said. Two, control is a result of being attached to a specific outcome, an outcome we're sure is best for us, as if we always know what's best. When we trust that we're okay no matter what circumstances come our way, we don't need to micromanage the universe. We let go and we open ourselves to all sorts of wonderful possibilities that aren't there when we're attached to one right path. Control is a result of being attached. Let's watch that one down too. And three, the energy of surrender accomplishes much more than the energy of control. I suspect it's slightly different for everyone, but here's what control made looks and feels like for me. My vision gets very narrow and focused. My breath is shallow, adrenaline is pumping, and my heart rate increases. My mind shifts from topic to topic and from past to the future very quickly, and I have little concentration, poor memory, and almost no present moment awareness. Jeez. In surrender mode, I'm calm, peaceful, breathing deeply, present in the moment. I see clearly, and my vision extends around me, allowing me to literally see the bigger picture. So the great irony is that attempting to control things actually feels less in control. Yeah. When I'm micromanaging and obsessing over details, I know I'm in my own way. The art of surrender. Surrender. This is super important. Surrender literally means to stop fighting. Surrender literally means to stop fighting. Stop fighting with yourself, stop fighting the universe and the natural flow of things. Stop resisting and pushing against reality. That one is super, super important. I used to think that surrender was like giving up, was like a weakness. But it wasn't until I experienced some true surrender that my mind changed. It's like a weight lifted off your shoulders where you don't have to keep doing all the energy spending that you're doing to try to control everything because you finally realize that no matter how hard you try to control things, things aren't controllable. We can't control the things around us. We can only live in what's going on in this moment. And in this moment is all we have. Surrender equals complete acceptance of what is, faith that all is well, even without my input. It's not about inaction. It's about taking action from that place of surrender energy. If letting go of control and surrendering not only feel better, but actually produce better results, then how do you do that? Sometimes it's easy as noticing that you're in control mode and choosing to let go, consciously and deliberately shifting into surrender energy. Let's copy that out. Alright, I'm already at the bottom. For example, when I become aware that I'm in control mode, I imagine that I'm in a small boat paddling upstream against the current. It's hard, it's a fight, and that's what control mode feels like to me. That's a good one too. When I choose to let go and surrender, I visualize the boat turning around, me dropping the oars and floating down the stream. Yeah, let's add that too. I begin gently I'm being pulled I'm being gently pulled, no effort necessary on my part. Simply breathing and saying, let go of the oars is usually enough for me to get there. That's a good one. Sometimes it's a little harder to make the shift from control to surrender. Here are a few questions that can help. What am I afraid will happen if I let go of control? When you pinpoint the fear, question its validity. Ask yourself, is it true? If you're afraid the night will be ruined, if your boyfriend doesn't remember to pick up eggplant, and yet you've already reminded him 14 times, question that assumption. Can you really know the night will be ruined without the eggplant? And if it would be ruined by your definition anyways, what's so bad about that? 2. Find out whose business you're in. Your business is the realm of things that you can directly influence. Are you there, or are you in someone else's business? When we're trying to control things outside of our own business, it's not going to go well. Let's copy that whole part. All right. I am going to be right back. I have to run to the washroom. We're back. Consider this. Would letting go feel like freedom? It almost always would. Amen. Damn it. It almost always would. Let that feeling of freedom guide you towards your loosening grip. You. All right. Friendly universe. Einstein said the most important decision we make is whether we believe we live in a friendly or hostile universe. I believe in a friendly universe. Being receptive and allowing things to happen is a skill that can be practiced and improved upon. Let's copy that. It helps to believe in a friendly universe, one that is supporting you at every turn so you don't have to worry yourself over the details. That's a good one. Being receptive and allowing things to happen is a skill that can be practiced and improved upon. It helps to believe in a friendly universe, one that is supporting you at every turn so that you don't have to worry yourself over the details. We can always choose to do things the easy way or the hard way. We can muscle through, or we can let go of the oars and let the current carry us downstream. There is a peaceful yet focused energy that accompanies holding the intention of what I want, but not forcing myself to do it. That energy is magic. I'm still a work in progress, but I'm allowing it to become a habit instead of making it a habit. That was a good one. Why letting go of control can help you enjoy life. Feeling the need to be in control is natural. It's when we try to control everything that we create unnecessary stress and anxiety that hold us back. It's important. Let's write that. Let's get that down too. Trying to do what leads many negative emotions when things don't go exactly how we try to force them. Feeling the need to control is natural. It's when we try to control everything that we create unnecessary stress and anxiety that can hold us back. It's important to realize that we are never in control everything. That we can never control everything. Trying to do that leads to many negative emotions when things don't go exactly how we try to force them. Very important. Letting go of control isn't always easy, particularly when we face uncertainty. However, letting go of control can actually help bring a greater sense of peace. Plus, releasing the things you truly can't control can give you more time and energy to focus on things that can at a glance. There are many ways to increase your happiness, but one of the most simple and tangible ones is letting go of control. Why should we do that? And how do we even begin? Oops. It was a mouse button. I didn't even know I had that mouse button. Where was I? The desire. Why do we feel the need to control? Whatever. Why do we feel the need to control? The desire to be able to control our surroundings and circumstances is ingrained into our consciousness. This is because the more we know about our world, the safer we feel. On the other hand, the less we know, the more scared we feel. The need to control is directly rooted in fear, specifically the fear of what might happen outside of our control. Outside our control. Other factors that can contribute to a need for control include anxiety. People who experience anxiety often have very difficult, I wonder, a very difficult time tolerating uncertainty. They may worry more about future events and ruminate over situations they cannot control. In other cases, they may mentally rehearse and plan out things that they need to do to ensure that they are in control, that unexpected events don't derail their plans. Past trauma. If you've experienced traumatic events in the past, you might feel like you have everything in control in order to prevent similar things from happening again. This is why people with PTSD experience hypervigilance, a state of constant awareness and heightened alertness to danger. Insecure attachment. If you have an insecure attachment style, you may feel a need to control aspects of your relationship to gain reassurance, avoid abandonment, or avoid vulnerability. People with an anxious attachment style. People with an anxious attachment style, for example, often have strong fear of being abandoned by their partners. As a result, that's not funny. That's what I'm fear of. But I have had a partner, and man, it sucked to be abandoned by them. As a result, they may seek to control or micromanage their partner to assure themselves that the relationship is not at risk. I wonder if I did that. Related, the fear of losing control with OCD. How attempts to control negativity affects our lives. Ooh, controlling negativity. Isn't that one of our topics? Oh, letting go of the need control. It may be natural to want to control everything, but that doesn't make it healthy. There are many ways in which trying to control everything could backfire in the long run. Let's take a look at some of the top ones. Increased stress and anxiety. People who try to control everything may experience more stress and anxiety than those who don't. People tend to feel more upset when they feel like they cannot control the source of stress in their life. However, it is the perception of control that has a major effect on how people respond to aversive situations. It is when we face stress and feel like we can't handle it that things become overwhelming. Sometimes releasing the need to control everything allows us to stress less and feel more capable of handling what life throws our way. That's a good one. Let's copy that one. Let's read it again. It's when we face stress and feel like we can't handle it that things become overwhelming. Sometimes releasing the need to control everything allows us to stress less and feel more capable of handling what life throws our way. Less satisfaction. Feeling the need to be in control and not having it can make us feel dissatisfied. Perceived control can play an important role in overall happiness. People who have high levels of perceived control are more likely to also be more satisfied with their lives. According to self-determination theory, people have an innate need to be in control and autonomous as they work towards personal growth. However, the theory also suggests that people who are highly motivated by a need for control may be less satisfied when they find they cannot control everything. This may be why perfectionists sometimes struggle to be satisfied, because their expectations are so high, nothing ever measures up, no matter how good it is. More criticism. Because there is no way to control everything in life, caring too much about how things outside your control are always going to lead to increased criticism about everything that happens. After all, when you don't control the outcomes you want to, it makes sense that you don't like them. In turn, being more critical can make us more neurotic, creating an unending spiraling cycle in which we get progressively unhappier with our lives. And criticism of others can also be damaging for people who deal with depression and anxiety, leading them to criticize themselves more. What can be gained by letting go of control? Now that you know about how badly the need to control can impact our lives, it should be no surprise that there is much to be gained from giving it up. Giving up the need for control is often referred to as surrendering. One example of that is Michael Singer's book, The Surrender Experiment, in which the author describes how his life improved when he stopped trying to control everything. Here are some of the benefits of giving up the need to control everything. over everything. Increase peace and relaxation. Proponents of surrendering and utilizing a practice like Singer prescribes speak about the results of increased peace and relaxation. This makes sense when you consider that trying to control everything causes stress and anxiety, as peace and relaxation are opposites. Better preparedness for the unexpected. When you are less set on a specific outcome to a situation, you'll be in a better place to handle whatever the outcome is. People who have given up on control and surrendered can easily take whatever surprises life throws at them. By having less attachment, they're more able to go with the flow. This means that however life unravels, you'll be okay, rather than hinging on your sense of okayness on specific outcomes that may be beyond your control. Enhance connections with self and others. Inasmuch as trying to control everything makes you more critical of yourself and other people, giving up that control enables you to connect with others on deeper levels. That's because you aren't trying to love and acceptance for yourself and others on specific outcomes. How to let go of control. Wait, let's read this. By simply letting people be how they are, and by allowing yourself not to be attached to how every situation turns out, you're able to love more freely. This applies to both loving others and yourself. That's important. It's kind of weird. Hitchhiker. How to let go of control. Suppose you've decided you'd rather be at peace and well connected to others, rather than stressed and critical. In that case, you're probably interested in learning about how exactly you can go about giving up the need for control. The below tips will help you get started on this relaxing path, but there are many other ways you can accomplish it too. Anything you can do that helps you feel more okay with not being in control is excellent. If you can be large or small, practiced often, or only in moments of need, we encourage you to try one of the following to guide you on this new journey. Excuse me. Discern what you can and can't control. There's no way to give up control until you know where in life it's needed. Take stock of what you have going on. Think through all the areas in life that aren't in your control and those that aren't. That are in your control and those that aren't. Once you've established which fall into each category, commit to treating the situations where you don't or won't have control differently than you have been. This includes disconnecting yourself from outcomes and treating other people differently when they don't behave exactly as you want. It may be helpful to think through the situations you can't control to feel less anxiety about the different possible outcomes. Do your best to feel settled with each one as you think of it, knowing it is outside of your control. You're safe and you'll be okay however things work out. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is a good one. It's one we've touched on and did a little bit of talking about before. Let's just add that. Mindfulness is all about being present. Being in the moment and appreciating everything good as it happens can help you accomplish the feeling of surrender. It enables you to regulate your emotions, which is especially helpful if you struggle with feeling the need for control. It also reduces stress, which increases the need for control. Journal. Writing down your feelings can be a big relief for your stress levels. When you journal, you may be able to think through things more deeply than if you just think about them. For people who feel the need to be in control, journaling can help you through potential outcomes and give you an outlet for those feelings without enabling them to amplify and grow. That's a good one too. Get support from loved ones. Lastly, there is no need to go through this process alone. Chances are that you have at least one loved one who also tries to control everything about life. You can reach out to them and let them know that you're on a mission to surrender and give up control. Ask them to join you. and then meet or talk with them regularly about the process, how the process is going. Which reminds me, right, I'm live. I guess that should be good now, shouldn't it? I am. I will just leave it. We'll let him come if he wants to. All right, let's head back. Letting go of the need to control. I think we've got a pretty good chunk here. Someone in your life has already given up control and experienced the peace that comes with it. Lean on them for support. Ask for tips, share about your experience, and learn from what they've accomplished. How to let go of control and free up some headspace. That sounds like a good one. Jump to section. Letting go of control is hard. In times of uncertainty, people feel safer when they have a sense of control. This often leads to attempts to control outcomes, situations, others' reactions, or the environment. The more uncertain the situation, the more people cling to attempts to control. In reality, the opposite is true. To experience the greatest sense of calm, peace of mind, and agency over one's destiny, there is a shift needed in this thinking. The shift towards a mindset that focuses on self-efficiency rather than controlling external factors. Self-efficiency is the belief. Oh yeah, I'll be right back. Never mind. The more uncertain the situation, the more people cling to attempts to control. In reality, the opposite is true. To experience the greatest sense of calm, peace of mind, and agency over one's destiny, there. Oh, I just read this. The shift is towards a mindset that focuses on self-efficiency rather than on controlling external factors. Self-efficiency is the belief that we can do what needs to be done no matter what is in front of us. It demonstrates confidence in our own abilities to persevere through challenges. This shift requires us to let go of controlling outcomes. The more focus instead is on our inner world of mindset, outlook, and emotional regulation. Let's discuss how to let go of control, why it's important, and 5 simple steps to add to your life. Add it to your life. The importance of letting go of control. Once you realize you cannot control external events, your energies can be placed elsewhere. You can focus on the only thing you have to control over your responses, your mindset, your attitude, your outlook. By letting go of controlling external factors, you increase confidence in yourself. This leads to improvements in physical and emotional health and a greater sense of strength and mental fitness. You will experience increases in performance at work, the more joy and freedom. Letting go of what you control also opens the door to exciting or interesting possibilities that you have not envisioned. The art of surrendering. Surrendering to the unknown can be scary. To most, surrender signals vulnerability. This is rooted in the belief that we know the right path and we know how to get there. But what happens in the face of unexpected or unfixable? These are things like a pandemic, the illness or death of a loved one, or significant change in your work. In fact, it takes strength and courage to surrender. Amy Johnson, PhD, is a psychologist, coach, author, and founder of the Little School of Big Change. She describes surrender as the complete acceptance of what is, plus faith that all is well, even without my input. Did I write that down? It's familiar. I know I read it. Well, it's a good one, so we'll do it twice. Surrender literally means to stop fighting. Stop fighting with yourself. Stop fighting with the universe and the natural flow of things. Stop resisting and pushing against reality. She continues that surrender is not about inaction, it's about taking action from that place of surrender energy. Letting go in times of uncertainty. William Bridges is an American author, speaker, organizational consultant, and expert in change. Leaders have used the Bridges transition model for over 30 years. The Bridges transition model helps determine the difference between external and internal factors which affect your uncertainty. Change is defined as external events. These include downsizing. Hello. Hey, how's it going? It's good to see you again. I'm doing what I don't know what I've been trying to do. Today's topics that I've been working on are, oops, beginner's mind, joyous discovery, and letting go of the need to control. How are you doing today? I hope you had a good weekend. Finish the thing I do, then talk. Yeah, I just tend to forget. I'm really forgetful, and I'll forget exactly what I'm talking about while I say it. So I'm still working on that. I got a bad habit of thinking while I'm reading. Um, Transitions refer to the inner work that people do process change and allow them to reorient the face of the change. How are you doing today? You like the topics? Have you heard about beginner's mind before? I wonder. That's what I started with up here. What is the beginner's mind? I'm good. I'm asking you questions. I have I don't know. I'm big on talking to people. So if you're here, then talking with you is more interesting. Well, for right now, anyways. Really appreciate you coming to say hi again. Means a lot. The last 2 days, I wasn't feeling too good. I ended up staying in bed all day. Uh, Slept all day long. I didn't eat. I didn't do much of anything. It was pretty rough. I don't know. I feel like streaming has. I've been letting it take a lot from me. So I was kind of tired, and I needed to recharge. It felt like, which is strange because streaming isn't that big of a deal. I don't think. But at the same time, it's a lot of talking and thinking. First summer like day here, caught a pike. Oh, nice. Do you eat the fish or do you just catch them? I wonder what the last thing I caught was. I don't remember. It was so many years ago. And I'd like to go fishing though. How long did it take you to catch a pike? Were you there for like the whole morning or did you catch it right quick and then just decide to call her quits? Oh, catch and release usually, but this one was badly hurt. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever done catch and release before. Usually we eat everything that we catch. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. Give it for a longer in the wood. A logger in the wood. Oh, okay. Nice. He's probably pretty happy to get that. Man, I'm getting kind of hungry already. Is there anything that you'd be interested in working on today when it comes to mental health? Any topics? Still got a lot of your stuff open. Oh, yeah. Chopping trees. That sounds like some work. Clear yourself a path. Oh, I'm picturing somebody going through the jungle with a machete. Like this. You and a big knife. I'll keep an open mind and try not to intervene into the middle of something. Okay. I don't know. Whenever you talk, I think the most important thing should be the chatter, or or somebody. I mean, for now, anyways. Once it once I get or if I get to a point where I can't read everybody's chat, then I might change things up a little bit. But for now, talking with you and just touching on mental health cat or information is really beneficial for me. It's kind of cool what I've been able to learn. Well, you won't too much with hand-sized trees, so chainsaw. Oh yeah, yeah, or a harvester. Well, it'd be a little bit easier then. Not as much chopping. I didn't even think of a chainsaw. Do you go out into the bush pretty often to go fishing? Fresh air could work out and gives a good mood too. Oh, nice. Good for you. Getting out and getting doing stuff. I barely leave the house. I don't like sunlight on me. I know it's kind of weird, like I'm a vampire or something. I live in the basement. I can see an open window from here, but that's about as close as I get to outside usually if I can help it. No, I take my dog for a walk every day too, but that's under 10 minutes usually. So I don't know if I really count that as a good one. Yeah, comfort zone. Comfort zone is definitely my house, my comfort zone. I don't know. I guess I sometimes like to go out and do stuff too, but it all depends. I really like talking with people, that's for sure. But I feel like I can only do it for so long, and then I start to get tired. Are, oh, you said you were an introvert. You just practice a lot being an extrovert. You're probably similar to me, where talking to other people can be, or being in a group of people makes you tired, and being alone you can kind of recoup your battery. I don't know if you're like that. That's what I'm like. I've been trying to plan a barbecue as a social interaction. So far, it's a little bit tough going. Trying to get all the friends and family on a day where we can all go. There's very there's a very different set of people and group of people. Mm. Okay. Yeah, I guess it depend on who I was talking to. Just checking out. It's completely different to talk to one person or with two or three or more. Yeah, absolutely. I've experienced that. I've been to a lot of group therapy sessions, basically meetings, we call them. They last for around an hour, and it's with anywhere from two to like 40, 60 people, I guess. I've seen a couple times. And then every group has some norms and culture, what you do not know. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting to, well, I find it interesting learning other people's cultures, learning the differences the different ways in which they live their lives, different ways they think. That's why I was so happy I got to talk with you the other day and today, because we're from different places. I'm pretty sure our cultures are pretty different, and it's interesting to know the different stuff. Being humble often helps. Yeah, I try, but there's times where I lack that skill. I don't think too highly of myself, but there's sometimes where I think I know a lot, and that can get me in trouble. But anyways, I've gone to hundreds and hundreds of hours of meetings with people for group therapy, like peer therapy, and yeah, talking with one person and talking with a group of people, it's completely different. But group therapy sessions are absolutely amazing. They're one of the best things I've experienced in my life. I don't know why I don't go to them anymore. Well, I do know why. Um, I smoke weed now. I haven't any had any today or yesterday, but it's something that I do every once in a while, and it's one of my habits that I want to quit. Being on different groups and act like them, even if their beliefs and are against your beliefs, helps to manage your own inner self. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can be a people pleaser and worry a lot about what other people think, but getting confident in my own thoughts for myself, that's been a trip, that's for sure. I guess I've been discovering in these last few days some of the things I'm more skillful at, like being able to talk to strangers, being able to talk out loud to people. Really, there's a lot of places people can't do that, and I guess that is a skill that I have, but it's one I got to keep working on. It's not the best skill I have, that's for sure. Just give me a sec. I had a friend coming over to visit. I didn't really get to talk to him though because I was streaming. I wonder how important I should take this. I've never gone done weed or any narcotics. Even alcohol is a no go. Oh yeah, 0.7% is max for me. More than that tastes bad. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, that's a good. It's a good thing to have. Sobriety and being clean. I'm an alcoholic. I haven't had an alcoholic drink in a year and a half, but it's pretty bad when I do drink. So I try my best to not drink at all. I'm hoping that I own brewed root beer is 7%, so that's okay. Okay, that sounds good. Brewed root beer, jeez, and 7%. That's pretty high. Usually beers around where I live are 5 to 7%. Well, not high, but that's a beer size. How long does it take you to make your own root beer? Root beer. Oh, you can get kits for it? 15 minutes. What? No way. This simple 15-minute homemade root beer is so fun and festive to make. 7 days, maybe even 4 days? Okay, see, that sounds better. Do you have a kit for it? Did you buy one or do you make it by yourself from scratch? Man, homemade root beer sounds good, but it's alcoholic, so I wouldn't be able to drink it. I'd have to make non-alcoholic stuff. Depends on the temperature and stuff you have. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. So you do fermenting too. Do you raise crickets for protein too? I was thinking about that. You can apparently it's 0.7%. It's called Cali here. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's not okay. For some reason, I thought it was 7%. Yeah, that's about the same as our non-alcoholic beverages, or the ones that are non-alcoholic. More like lemonade and beer, but it's alive. So, oh, cool. Alive. That means it's got it ferments, right? It's probably got do you have to use yeast to cause fermentation in root beer, or do you use a different kind of activator? Sassafras gives root beer its distinctive, slightly mint-like flavor, and traditionally used to purify the blood in folk medicine. Sarsaparilla is traditionally used for renal tonic and for the complexion. Ginger. Ginger gives the root beer recipe a rich, fiery note. Herbalists. Oh, herbalists use ginger to support cardiovascular, vascular, and metabolic health, as well as for nausea and stomach. Oh, I didn't know anything of that either. Cool. Well, I guess I knew ginger, like ginger ale. Licorice. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure, anyways. I think I had a chat box that stopped, but I'm pretty sure you won't get kicked or anything. Give it a shot. I know it lets me, but I don't know if it'll let you. There we go. Oh, cool. Yeah, I got it here. This and sugar, 4 to 7 days in a cold room, kind of rules. Wow. 12 liters? Ooh, that's pretty good. How much does it? Oh, is this? How much does it cost? I don't know. I don't know how to do the conversion. I'll have to do conversion. 366 for 12 liters? That's that's pretty good. Do you do batches? So you always have an extra batch done? I think if there's things that I wanted to get into, yeah, plus sugar. Oh yeah, plus the cost of sugar. Um, that's pretty cool. You've shown me so many different things to check out. Maybe I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna write that down on a piece of paper. It's so easy to make you kind of get fat. That's okay. I've One of my other bad habits is drinking just about 4 liters of cola a day. I haven't had that in a few days too. I'm trying to quit that as well, but I've had some sugar tea, or some sugar iced tea, some sweet iced tea. That's what it's called. Um, I'm gonna write down look up batch making. I wonder if I can make my own cola. I usually make summertime 1 to 2 times, or on events where people are. Oh yeah, kind of. You can all you can drink for cheap. Yeah, no doubt. As long as you're willing to put forward a little bit of time, and that's all it costs. Well, I mean, it costs a little bit more than that, but I'm gonna look up some more batch thinking. That might be a hobby I'd like to get into. I hear people that they get into hobbies like growing mushrooms. Like there's one creator. His name's Pirate Software. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's pretty good streamer, much better than I am. Anyways, but he talks about how he grows his own mushrooms for cooking, and I was thinking, man, that would be good. I really love mushrooms, and I don't like having to buy them all the time. And I've got some dark places that I could stick some mushrooms to have them grow. I wonder what I'd like to do: mushrooms or a drink, or if you have a bubble maker, it's even cheaper. Oh yeah, my brother was talking about that. Um, we were thinking of maybe getting one of those bubble makers, depending on how much it costs between the two of us. Do you have a bubble maker? Do you know how much those cost? I guess I could. I have the internet right in front of me. Um, what do you call it? Um, carbonator? I bet his baritone voice gets used. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I have. I only discovered him, I think, maybe a couple weeks ago, if even. And then I saw some of the stuff he says. Some of the stuff he says is really good, and he's really smart, and he's good at hacking and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm hoping to draw like 1% of his skill and put it onto my stream. I know I'm not as good as him. My voice doesn't sound as good as his, and I'm not as smart, and all of that. I might have just about as long hair. Maybe not yet, but yeah, he's good. There's a few good ones, I think. Skill is so relative. Yes, it's a good thing to remember too. Like how I was working on the Dunning-Kruger effect today. The cognitive bias, which people are limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. It goes to that a little bit, I think. I've definitely been affected by the Dunning-Kruger effect before. I don't know if you have, but it's also funny when you see other people doing it when they're dumb and you know that they're dumb. Schadenfreude. I got that going a little bit. This is one of my other bad habits. Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude. You know what that is, probably. Pleasure derived from another person's misfortune. Usually it's a bad person's misfortune. I don't really like good people falling down, but if I see a bad person fall down, I laugh a lot. I'll have to put that as a topic too, one of these days. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I don't know. I think I've known about this word for a while, but I forgot about it. It it is one of the true things about me, though. I don't know. I kind of don't like it about myself. How I can find somebody who's I don't like, and if they're not, oh, ich kann nicht gut Deutsch sprechen, aber ich verstehe alles. I don't know if I read that right, but that's cool. That's German. It says I can speak good Dutch or German, aber ich sprechen. Yeah, aber ich verstehe alles. I don't know aber ich verstehe alles. I got the first part, I think. I can speak good German. I'm not sure of that second part. I will find out. I understand everything. You understand everything. Oh, alles is everything. Ich verstehe. So is the verb verstehe or is it verstehe? I can speak German not so good, but I can understand it all. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, cannot speak good German. That's nicht. Ich kann nicht not good German speak. Aber ich verstehe. Hmm. Cool. Have you been learning German for long? I know a little bit of Japanese. Nihongo no koto skoshi shabemasu. That's Nihongo no koto skoshi shabemasu. Hmm. So did you get that book in your reading cycle? That's our problem. What's our problem? I had it. I had it opened up. Oh no, wait, I downloaded it. I downloaded it. You're talking about this one? I got it. I looked just a little bit over it so far. I haven't gone deeper into it. It was weird after you and I talked. I don't know what happened to me, but I felt really sick, really sick. Yeah, yeah. After we talked, I don't know what happened, but as soon as I hung up, I basically went to bed and I stayed in bed for just about 2 days straight. I wasn't feeling good at all. I didn't even eat yesterday. I just stayed in bed. And then today I had a little bit of chicken. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was I felt like tingling all over, and my stomach didn't feel good, and I started sweating, and I just I don't know what it was, but I don't go out too often, so I usually don't get sick because there's nobody to get me sick. But yeah, I don't know. There was something up with me that day. And then today, I basically, well, I woke up pretty early because I was in bed for 2 days. So I think today I woke up at 4 in the morning and started watching some videos. I found out a little bit, a little bit about copyright. Um, oh, a little bit about copyright. I played a minute of a song and 30 seconds of a song, and both times hit a 6 hour video with copyright. So there's a 6 hour video I have that's got a minute and 30 seconds of two different songs, and they won't let me post it onto YouTube because there's copyright on it. And I was like, I was sad. I tried to click the option that would just mute it, so it would just be a minute and a half muted out of the 6 hours, but it's like, no, this video is too long to do that. So either I have to go into the 6 hour video, find it, cut it out, re-upload it to YouTube, or I can just let it go. I don't really know which one I should do, actually. I am kind of proud of the work I've been doing every day, and that 6 hours of work was, I put in effort. But I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to watch this stuff. You know what I mean? I could be just a very, very small streamer for the rest of my life and have nobody. I don't know. We'll see. I think if I keep being personable, if I keep talking with people the way I am, I think I'll find more friends, more people to watch. It is. It is so bad. Oh, yeah, we talked about this last time. It was, I don't know. I was pretty unhappy. I was like, 6 hours of my work for, 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I'm scared to like fight it because I don't know what happens if you fight it, and I don't want to get a copyright strike. But the book, I really recommend it, and you will understand people in group whole world better. Yeah, yeah, for sure. There's I've got a list of books to read. Um, I got most of them downloaded though. Yeah, oh, I definitely will. I'm not sure when I'll get around to it. Oh wait, I already read this part. I read this part and this part, and I read up to here. But yeah, I'll definitely be reading this. Got it downloaded and everything. There's a few good ones, like The Courage to Be Disliked, I think, is another one. I don't know if you've read that one. Have you read this one? The Courage to Be Disliked? It's a pretty good one too. I downloaded a copy of this one. I haven't finished reading it either. I think there's even a copy on my phone. Yeah, I've got a list of books now to read. I guess it maybe I'll start doing that sooner rather than later. I've kind of managed to accept that I can be disliked. That's good. Good for you. I'm like a people pleaser. So I work really hard to try to make people like me. Usually, and that usually backfires if that book manages that fear. Um, it it's really interesting. The way that he writes it is he doesn't write it like him to you. He writes it as a sage speaking to somebody who wants to learn, to like a student. So you have the sage speaking to the student, and he starts talking to him about life. And then the student says, "Oh no, that's not the way it works." And then he says, "Oh, this is try this." It's really interesting the way it's written. Anyways, it definitely goes over fear and other things. I wonder if I can get a TLDR. I wonder if there's a TLDR for it. No, it doesn't look like it. And I've got other books that I've read, like this one. Oh, what did I do? The Hakagure. I don't know if you've read that one before. Japanese. It's a good one too. It's got um, the writings of a Japanese scholar, and he's talking about how samurais used to be different, how they used to be full of honor. Oh, and then this one. This one's a good one. You've read this one probably. The Art of War. This one, I've read it a couple times, but I don't retain it that much. I gotta read this a few more times, I think. This is such a good book. It's really, it's really good for problem solving skills, I think. Yeah, so I do read. I just haven't read in a little while, and I will read that one that you suggested. That Tim Urban guy seems like a smart dude, and a lot of the stuff that he was talking about in that first little part is really interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, problem solving, the art of war. Did I manage to understand the ideal method? I don't know. I just got the. Or where was that? I forget already. I have it saved from Paint yesterday. Just wait. Not untitled. Oh, it is day 5. Okay. I think was that day 4? Identify, define, explore, action, look back. Yeah, I remember now. I didn't look too much more into it though. It's good. Do you do that on paper when you do yours, or do you do it all in your head? Don't give up. Like mindfulness. Identify, define, explore, action, look back. Let's type it out again. Its principle, don't mix actions together. Its principle, don't mix actions together. Different actions together. Hmm. And it helps to solve problem by focusing on specific side. Oh yeah. What kind of problems do you have to work through? I'm wondering what kind of problems I have. I think right now my problem, what is it? Probably just the way I think of myself. I tend to be really hard on myself, and that can affect my health. Keep from mundane to impossible. Use them most of them if I remember to use it. Yeah, and it's good to have tools to be able to use, especially with all the tools out there and all the different ways you can benefit yourself by using them. I think it's really important to keep using things like that. Diverse learners. On that page is those characters nicely explained. Okay. The one that I just missed? All these, you mean? Self-evaluation, creating goals, creating personal mission statement, creative thinking, problem solving, ideal. The reason you should... Chapter 2. Okay. Improvement of problem solving skills. Model for analyzing the processes that underlie effective problem solving. Ideal model for improving problem solving, verbatim copy of figure 2.1, page 12. Identify the problem, define and represent the problem, explore possible strategies, act on the strategies, look back and evaluate. I want to copy those. Too small to see. That better? Elaboration. I identify that there is a problem that, once described as a problem, may be solved or improved. That's good. D. Define and represent the problem. Draw it instead of trying to imagine it. Draw it. How do you draw a problem? That sounds hard. E. Explore possible strategies and alternative approaches or viewpoints. Bit. Just remember people watch on smartphones. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I could probably make it even bigger for a phone. Jeez. Good, good, good advice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Explore possible strategies and alternative approaches or viewpoints. General strategies. Break the problem down into small, simple problems. Oh, I love that. Working on a problem backwards. Build a scale model. Try simulation experiment with a smaller, simpler tests. Huh. Act on the strategies. Try, then reflect or recall. Actively try by learning strategy. L. Look back and evaluate the effects of your abilities. Look at the results of learning strategy used. Does it work to allow full recall? Many students make the mistake of assuming that they've learned adequately if the information seems to make sense as they read it in a textbook or hear it in a lecture. Yes, we must use or practice or recall or paraphrase in order to evaluate effectiveness of learning. That's pretty good. I try to explain with my own words. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking I should change that about myself right now. I've been copying, pasting most of this stuff, but I think that's um, lessening a little bit of what I'm learning. So I might try, like you said, putting it into my own words a little bit more often. Like I think this one's my own words, but the rest of it I copied and pasted it. The more joy we experience while discovering new things, ideas, thoughts, theories, etc., the better we are at learning and retaining the information. By approaching new things with a beginner's mind, we can much better absorb teachings. I means identify. That is the act to identify current situation, what you currently have, what tools you use, what skills you have, etc. Okay. Yeah, let's add that. There we go. To identify the current situation. What you currently have, what tools you use, what skills you have, etc. Good. Thank you. See, this is. Oh, no. There. What kind of programming stuff have you been working on lately? Anything you can talk about? D means define. That means describe the situation what you have, what you want to have, what items, skills, things, or feelings you want to have or get rid of. Okay. Clear targets, what you have and what you want to have. Yeah. Do you, when you're doing this kind of stuff, do you write it down? If you describe, you must put it on one of them. It can't be both of them. Okay. Or feelings you want to get rid of. Like, I wonder if I should be doing all this kind of stuff on paper. Excuse me. Sorry, got distracted there for a second. I got some old journaling papers in here. I started reading them. I got a little book here I'm writing in with my pencil and my paper. Seems simple, but often people daydream into describing what they want and often forget that many things they already have. Yeah, I can attest to that. I think I'm super lucky. I think living in Canada with health in like healthcare and just everything that I have, I would probably have died other places. Anyway, ease for exploration to figure out how to get from where you are to where you want to go. All right. Nice. It's a very big topic. There are many ways. All have risks and benefits. Okay. So it takes time to analyze all the ways. Mm-hmm. Did you have a whole bunch of books going through this ideal process then for all of your problems? Or is it something you kind of do in your head? Because I think I might have to do it with a book. I seem to be very forgetful lately. I don't know if that's because of like my mental health condition or what's going on, but my memory hasn't been treating me too well. It's kind of scary actually. I used to have a really good memory, especially when it came to things said out loud. Anything that I heard said, I'd be able to remember really well. But it feels like I've lost a whole bunch of that. That's why A is there. Act to do something. Don't just daydream how on what to do something. Act even if it won't work. That's a good one too. A is act to do something. Don't just daydream on what to do. Do something. Act even if it won't work. That's good. Because L mean look back on your acts and analyze what works and what's not. Special mistakes give most insight what could work. Okay. All right. And if you repeat, that's all basically ideal method. Okay. I got the L in the wrong spot, but IDEA. Yeah, we'll find it. We'll find it when I read these things again. I'm gonna keep all of these things. I think all of these papers and then go over them again one day. Thank you. Thanks for talking with me and teaching me. I think that's something that's important, is to have people teach each other how to get better, how to deal with problems, how to deal with things like anxiety and depression. And I mean, there's professional help out there, but I think peer help is really important too. It's got to be one of the pieces of the puzzle. That's what I'm hoping for, anyways. I'm trying right now to add this peer stuff into my life. It's slow going still, but I'm getting a little bit better every day, I think. You help me fill out my whole page. Oh, a little bit left. How's the weather over there? It's a nice 20 degrees Celsius here. Wow, a little bit cloudy. It's almost summer weather. That's even too hot for me. I don't like. Oh no. Tick bite. I got bitten on the neck by something the other day. Why paint? Um, Probably because I saw other people using paint. I don't think I have anything else, and I knew I could see how I'm doing it black with white. That's one of the things for computer users. They're always darkness dwelling goblins. So if you have something completely white, like Notepad, for instance, like I'll show you what happens when I open up Notepad. Just watch how see if I have this open, it gets really bright. Whereas if I have this, it's not as bright, so it doesn't hurt the eyes as much. This even hurts my eyes. And I'm sitting here with lights on. So if you get the goblins sitting with lights off, that's too bright for them. They'll melt in in the sun. Yeah, programmer, white on black is better to watch than black on white. Yeah. I even got oops. I guess it doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work on this thing because it's not in here. On this one, I downloaded a dark add-on to make all sites I go to dark by by default. That is configurable on most of the programs. Background color or something. Really, even in Word. I don't know how to do that. Or Notepad, not Word. Page setup. Landscape. Header. LibreOffice. Is that one free? LibreOffice Home. Free Office Suite? I don't use Windows. Oh. Okay. Did you buy LibreOffice or do you just use it for free? Um, it's free software. Is this the right page? What the hell just happened? The same. Well, let's go check it out. Did you hear anything about that Vosh streamer? Um, he did like I did to go and save something. He opened up this his window, and he had a whole bunch of stuff that he shouldn't have had on there. I just thought that was hilarious. I laughed at him so hard. He was just um, I don't know. Do you know who Destiny is and Vosh? They're kind of political talkers. I guess that is that politics. We probably shouldn't talk about that. Do you get mad at politics? I personally am. I'm open to everything. Everybody's got an opinion, and I'm fine with that. But I know some people they get so mad when they talk about politics. They get so angry. They're just like turning red and spitting at people. Yeah, he. I don't think it's Canadian. It's those guys are American. Vosh and Destiny are American. Um, yeah, that's why I thought. I don't know. I guess you probably aren't interested in American politics. Are you interested in American politics? Would I know Canadian are crazy for euthanizing people? When do they use? They euthanize? What? Where's that from? Canadian politicians are crazy for euthanizing people? What? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Holy crap. Euthanasia in Canada in its legal voluntary form is called medical assisted dying, MAID. Since when has this been going on? What? And it first became legal along with assisted suicide in June 2016 for those whose death was reasonably foreseeable. In March 2021, the law was further amended by Bill C7, which to include those suffering from a grievous and irredeemable condition whose death was not reasonably foreseeable. Wow, that's crazy. According to the fourth annual report I made, there were what? 13,241 assisted deaths in 2022? Kind of anecdotal examples of doctors to offer euthanasia instead of cure or relief. That sounds crazy. Wow, I didn't know any of this. You know more about Canada than I than I do. See, I told you I didn't know about politics. I'm just getting my foot in the door, and I think a lot of it is funny, but this is kind of I don't know. Do you agree with euthanasia? I don't know if I do. Yeah, it was previously prohibited under the criminal code as culpable of homicide. Wow. The prohibition was overturned in February 2015 decision by the Supreme Court of Canada, in which Carter v. Canada Attorney General, which ruled that the criminal code provisions that make it a crime to help a person end their life violate the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What? And that eligible adults with grievous and irredeemable medical conditions are entitled to an assisted death? Crazy. Nope, it's abusing people and their wealth. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Well, hopefully I don't have to use that one day. Yeah, that's crazy. So you learn something new every day. Oh, I'm sorry. This is really small again. Write down questions for people with mental health concerns. Oh yeah, my questionnaire, I gotta work on this a little bit more. How are you affected? Instead of notepad, something... Oh, wait. Something with white line numbers instead? Something with line numbers. Oh, I'm... We'll try this Libra one. You've used this one and been able to get black backgrounds? Hi there. We're just talking about some mental health stuff. Um, One of the chatters gave me a good idea for a word writing program. Figure out what kind of editors there are. Libra is for formatting papers. Oh. We had somebody else in here for a second. Oh, maybe we do have somebody else here again. Yeah, I'm Sess, or Chad. I like mental health topics, and I suffer from a lot of mental health stuff, so I decided to start talking with people about mental health stuff. That's Jesus is probably one of my biggest chatters. He's a pretty cool guy, and he's been teaching me a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm really interested in peer learning, um, working together with other people to better our lives, basically. Oh no, this one got cut off. Yeah, it's been interesting, anyways. Um, I wonder if I can get a dark program. Office? Do I have Office? And that note making, kind of hard to find stuff here, there, and copy. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Glad to glad to see you again. I was thinking about you. I was thinking of messaging you. today, but I was like, I'll let him come. I'm glad you came to say hi. I think we're doing pretty good. We're talking a little bit, learning a little bit, helping each other out. Um, Damon and somebody was talking to before about programs, about 12-step programs. Um, and I was trying to teach him a little bit about those. Do the best I can, anyways. Do I have a word? Word pad. Do I have Microsoft Word? Ooh. Oh. Yeah, if you're still interested, um, Damon, I'm willing to take you through what a meeting's like so you can have that experience. Glad to hear you're doing good. I was actually thinking about texting you as well. I have some news. I attended my first meeting a couple days ago, and it was really amazing. Maybe I can share more details later in Discord. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Good for you. Good for you. That takes a lot of courage. I know my first meeting was terrible. I had to have my mom come with me. I'm not joking. My mom came with me and sat right next to me. So getting out to a meeting by yourself is really really good to hear. I'm glad you enjoyed it too. Um, what did you enjoy about it? Is Microsoft Word free? Let's find LibreOffice. See what this thing looks like. Hey everybody, thanks for popping in. I really appreciate it. 4 viewers? That's pretty high for me. I'm brand new at this stuff, so writer document. I wonder if I can paint this. No, highlight. Well, there we go. This is a little bit better. LibreOffice. Yeah, you could let me know if you still want to have one of those meetings. It should be in, it should be dark mode somewhere. Um, Somewhere in tools. Okay. Small writing, just like you know. Um, Options. Here, I'll just look it up. Go to Tools, Options, Application Colors. Tools, Options, Application Colors. Document background, black automatic. Didn't work. Um, Document background. What are you working on, if I may ask? Right now, getting a better writing tool. But today's topics for mental health were beginner's mind, joyous discovery, and letting go of the need to control. And that's the kind of stuff that I was working on today. And then Met's Jesus joined, and he told me about a better tool to write with, one that'll be a little bit better than Notepad. Like I got Notepad here. Notepad sucks. So I'm trying out this new one that he just told me. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Thank you very much. Met's Jesus. Schema. This is cool. Yeah, he's shown me a good book already. I don't know. It might be useful to you too. Do you read books, Damon? Um, you can download some books online, and it's a really good tool to add onto things like meetings and eating healthy and sleeping and exercise. Uh, I already forgot what I just said. Desktop. No. Stream. Is it a LibreOffice writer is for formatted text? You know, Alt, he fonts, colors, disguises. Oh, okay. Well, I can do unformatted too, right? I used to read. Unfortunately, I've got a long way to get back on it again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for me, I get into moods where all of a sudden, boom, I'm super into reading, and I'll read for a long time, like book after book after book, uh, and then all of a sudden I'll drop it again. I don't really know what's up with that, but that's how I roll. I think the last thing I read was the Witcher series. Can I just save this as a text document? Yes. This document may contain formatting content that cannot be saved. Is currently selected in a file format text, choose encoding. Whatever. What? Yeah, I read the whole Witcher series the last time. It's a good series. The books. All these ones. I read them in like a week. I found them online and I just read and read and read until all of it was gone. If you want a fancy notepad, then try Visual Style Code. It's basically Notepad but for programmers with all the whistles and helpers. Oh, okay. Visual Style Code. Oh, geez. That looks cool. It's got number lines. I think that's a little bit too complicated for me yet. But I'll write that down on a piece of paper so that I'll look it up again later. Code Visual Studio. Style. Code. I read a few novels written by Agatha Christie. Oh yeah, I can't recall any of the ones I read, but I remember one of them was about a bunch of people got invited to an island and something bad happened. Okay. Yeah, I've heard Agatha Christie. I don't know if I've Everything Can Be Disabled. Oh, okay. I don't know if I've read any Agatha Christie books, but there's definitely good books out there, and I think a little bit of reading every day would probably do good for everyone too. I guess we could look that up. Does it make you smarter? How does reading every day help you? Research shows that regular reading improves brain connectivity, increases your vocabulary and comprehension, empowers you to empathize with other people. Cool. See, there's good stuff for reading. The one book that I've been suggested to read, not this one, not this. Is this book right here? What's Our Problem? What's Our Problem by Tim Urban. I just started it, but it's pretty interesting. But I don't know. I don't know if I can offer you a good like what to read. I'd have to get to know you a little bit better, maybe over Discord, to find out what you really need. Everybody's different, right? Being a programmer taught me some that using a right tool for the right job is important, and sometimes it takes a lot of time to find the right tool and way less time to use it. Yeah, I know that. I've used a couple of like art editing programs before. Um, yeah. So far, this book has been really, really good. Yeah, it's got graphics in it too. This is saying how how similar all the years were before this last 250 years, and then this last 250 years, everything's just been going crazy with technology. Everything's going exponentially, and so like we're in a time right now where 20, 50, 100 years down the road is almost unrecognizable from where we currently are. And that's pretty interesting. And that's just the first part of it. Like there's this book's got a lot of stuff. I'll probably do some reading of that today after I'm done streaming. But I'm glad though. I got two people in my chat talking with me. I feel so humbled. Like you guys are awesome. I can't believe you want to spend your precious time with me. It makes me feel pretty happy. Hopefully hopefully you guys are enjoying your time. We just got one more viewer to show up, and then I'll have all my viewers have showed up today. I had somebody come in and talk earlier, but they just said one thing and then left. So I guess I mustn't have been what they were looking for. But that's okay. I'm looking for a good group of people like you two. That's who I want in my community. People who care about helping other people, who you're actually feeling pretty calm. Thanks for streaming. That's good. That's very good. Yeah, I've been practicing meditation as much as I can. I've got an app called Waking Up. You can get it for free, but you have to ask. But it's got a whole bunch of meditations to go through. And every evening I've been putting in headphones and listening to meditations to help calm myself. And it really, really helps to maintain a calm and collected mental mental state. So if you feel yourself getting anxious, I would suggest looking up some meditations. I'm pretty sure you can find bunches of them on YouTube. Oh, don't play. Um, let's go to YouTube. Like one of these meditations before sleep. I wonder how much it would help you. They're they can be really short. Some of them are a little bit longer. Um, but I've had really good experiences by trying these things to reach that state of calm. I was telling Mets Jesus, I accidentally played two different songs for a minute and 30 seconds total, and they cut a 6 hour video. Okay, I wrote that down already. For web-based things, maybe try draw.io instead of Notepad. Draw.io. Paint. Oh, okay. But my paint is so pretty. What? Weird. Okay. Diagram files created in 2005 will load in the app today. Cool. I'll write this down too. Where's my pencil? Um, draw.io. I tried to practice yoga a couple times. It was a bit nice. Yeah, yoga's a good idea. Um, Tai Chi is also one. If you're like me, I like martial arts. I think martial arts are extremely interesting, and I've even tried practicing martial arts stuff, kind of like a yogic thing. You go really slow. But Tai Chi is another good one that it's got a lot of focused movement and breathing, and it can be really helpful. Good for you, David. I'm glad you get to try out those things. A little bit at a time, we learn, and as long as we can put these tools to use, I think we're going to be pretty lucky. Oh, I accidentally cut down the bottoms of these. Plus, I see other people using paint all the time, like Asmongold and Pirate Software. Oops. I want to keep that open. We were talking about making homemade root beer today. That's cool. Apparently, you can make homemade root beer in 5 days. If I learned something throughout my times, is everything's worth a shot. If it's good, you take it. If it's bad, you leave it. Yeah, that's one of my favorite sayings in the programs, in the meetings, is take what you want, leave the rest. And that one was really powerful for me. And there's so many situations where you can go in and take a little bit and get something out of it. You know what I mean? Like one thing I tend to forget when I'm in a bad situation is that there's things that I'm getting out of it. There's there's experience to gain. And it might not feel good to be in a bad situation at the time, but if you can look towards the skills that are being used and just everything that you're doing, it can kind of you can flip it around and you can turn your sadness, your depression, your anxiety, your problems, you can turn them into strengths. And that's something that I hope to achieve one day if I keep working on it. And that's the thing too. A lot of the stuff that we suffer from, it can't be fixed. It's something we got to work on, which which is good and bad. It means we can work on it. We can work on it. We can improve our health. We can improve our lives. But we also have to keep working on it because once we stop working, we start stagnating. Once we stop growing, we start to die. So growing is always an important thing, I think. Yeah, and I've heard that in the meeting as well. Oh, okay, good. And I also value listening to others. The meeting made that more valuable to me. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you had a good meeting. So glad. Because it can be pretty tough for a lot of people to even go to their first one. But that you went and that you enjoyed it, I'm really glad. And I told you nobody was going to ask you about your where you're from or anything like that. I was going to tell you about crosstalk. Where is it? Um, they have a little thing about crosstalk here. Sharing, no crosstalk. I thought this would have given you a little bit more strength. No crosstalk means no comments about other people sharing and do not give advice. This makes meetings a lot better. Sometimes you'll have crosstalk, and usually in the times that I've experienced crosstalk, it's been a negative feeling and a negative thing. So that's why they usually try to keep crosstalk off the board, like no advice to others, no talking about others. Sometimes you can like touch on, be like, oh, somebody said something and I agree. I don't think that's as bad, but it's still technically cross talking. But yeah, there was never going to be any time where the people who had been in meetings for a while were going to talk about you or about your share. And I love that about meetings. Um, it kind of lets everybody be free, right? You don't have to. I don't know. It's freeing. It's very very freeing. I'm really glad you enjoyed the meeting. It was a coda meeting you tried? Sorry. Okay, cool. Yeah, um, codas focus on relationships, but that can be a big effect, have a big effect on your life and how you live it. Relationship with yourself is the biggest one. Relationship with others, if you're doing things like people pleasing, like I'm really bad for people pleasing. I'm trying to get better at it, but people pleasing is kind of like wanting to control other people, basically. I want to control their idea of me, their thoughts of me. I want to, I want them to think of me as a good person or as something. And in wanting that, I do these, you know, these good deeds, but in in the end, it's just me trying to be basically being manipulative, trying to manipulate people into liking me. And that's not what I want. I don't want to manipulate anybody into anything. And I know that I can't because I have no control over other people. And and yeah, man, is it freeing once you get that in your head? You're like, well, I can't control other people, so I don't have to keep trying. And for me, it's been a big helper. And especially the people that you're with, you chat with, like other meetings that are more are designed around a certain substance, those ones can be a little bit different because people tend to count their days, clean or sober. So I've had the problem in those kinds of meetings where people would start to feel like they knew all the answers. And unfortunately, if you feel like you knew all the answers, you haven't been asked all the questions. And so Coda was definitely my favorite. But it is so good. I'm so glad you got into it because there's so many things that I didn't even wasn't even able to think about that were making me miserable in my everyday life. And getting to go to that program helps a lot. And another thing is, it's usually got a lot of girls, and girls, I have, I don't know, I feel easier to talk to girls usually because I was abused by a stepdad, and so it's pretty tough to trust guys sometimes. Every communication, yes, exactly. Every communication is manipulation. Give your thoughts to others. That could be defined as manipulation. Yeah. But I feel like the other one is, I don't know. I don't want to be bad with my manipulation. I'm a person who I could skillfully manipulate people, but I really don't like how it makes me feel inside. It makes me feel like I'm lying, like I'm doing something dishonest, and I really don't like doing it. But another problem of mine is that my family is all basically everyone in my father's side has undiagnosed, like I don't know if I can diagnose them, but if you look at symptoms, this is basically everybody in my family, my dad's side. And borderline personality disorder, it can be one that's hard to deal with, but if you're working on it, you're okay. But if you don't work on it and you let it run rampant in your life, it can cause lots of issues for the people around you and your family and the ones you love. So one of the things I've been trying to work through is this. Definitely have a strong fear of abandonment and going to extreme measures so I'm not separated or rejected. See, even if you guys were to reject me, it would probably hurt me way more than I let on because you're here talking with me and you kind of know me a little bit now. So I'd probably be really sad if you guys never showed up again. But I'm working on that. What's another symptom of borderline? Pattern of unstable, intense relationships, such as believing someone is the perfect one moment. Bad manipulation is usually communicating against someone's will, but even that can be sometimes good. It's like helping not to do some destructive stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why for me it feels different. I guess I think of different things like manipulating people to give you money or manipulating people to give you things or to do things for you. Like those kinds of things I think are selfish. And that's I used to do those kinds of things. I'd get money or I'd get stuff or I'd get them to do things for me. And it was so easy and I would just laugh about it and think that, oh, look these how easy these people are to control. They're like pawns. And I wasn't very happy then. You still struggle to speak up. You have a meeting focuses on depression and how to deal with mood swings. Oh, okay. It's in like 2.5 hours. And also you started, oh, good for you. I think I'm going to take all the time I need because some of the steps are a bit hard for me. Yeah. I forgot to mention that I might try to speak up in my next meeting. Yeah. Wow. Good for you. Already ready to speak up. Good for you. Yeah. I listened to a whole bunch of meetings before I talked. So you'll be more courageous than I. You'll be running meetings. You'll be the one chairing them soon. And that's an experience. Uh, that's another another experience. That's really good to hear, Damon. I'm really glad. Yeah, mood swings. I'm really bad for that too. I kind of identify as my mood. So when I'm in a good mood, I feel everything is good. When I'm in a bad mood, I feel everything's bad. I don't know if that's how everybody's moods are, but for me, it's like really black and white. Really, I don't know, really to the edges of it. You know what I mean? I can't even speak English right now. Extremes. It really goes to extremes. Now I remember the word and I forgot my sentence. But yeah, I'm really proud of you. It takes a lot to go to your first meeting. All right. I'll go over a little bit of beginner's mind. What what happened to my thing? Hopefully one day I might run my own meeting. Thanks for the great wishes. The worst thing about my mood swings is it's always unpredictable. It strikes me sometimes at the worst possible moments. What are your plans for the week? My plans for the week? I don't know. I'm hoping I don't get sick again. Like, I got sick the last 2 days, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just in my head or if I was physically sick or what it was, but I stayed in bed for 2 days straight. So hopefully this week I wanted to try to stream. I want to try to stream if I can Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Maybe I'll take the weekend off, but I'm not sure because I've noticed that streaming has really, really helped my mood and my mental health. It's gotten me way, way closer to balance than I've been in a long time, probably in like 2 years. So I'm I'm trying to keep myself in streaming, but it can be kind of tough. I don't know to keep talking and thinking and sharing. It gets pretty tiring. I kind of envy. Maybe I'll start playing some games too. Kind of envy the streamers that play games and they can kind of play the game to relax a little bit. For me, I've been kind of thinking nonstop. I want to read too. I want to read a bit of that book that you gave me and a bit of that other book that I was talking about. Maybe I'll finish them. I've been finding myself a little bit bored during the days, so maybe I'll start doing that for my morning experience. And then there's another thing too. Like I quit smoking weed, but I don't know. I was using weed as an exercise tool. The only time I could smoke weed is if I exercised first. Yeah, limit it to healthy amounts. Yeah, yeah. I've been pretty. Thank you. That's good advice. I've been pretty good at taking things a little bit easier today and day. That's why I took the last 2 days off of streaming. Is because because I was in bed all day. But I was like, I don't want to push myself to stream even if I don't feel like it. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to be on this side of the screen, to be talking and sharing and streaming. There's so much to learn. There's so much out there to be taken advantage of and to teach us and to enjoy and to experience. I kind of want to keep doing this. One thing that is bugging me a little bit though, I'd worked out very well. I did good exercises. I mean, for basically 2 months, but the last couple days I haven't done really any, and that kind of bugs me. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I might is reading a book till the end in the plans in those week. Um, I don't know. I kind of leave it open. I'll see. I've been having problems focusing, so I can read for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, but if I read for more than that, I won't remember what I've read. So I've been having a bit of a tough time reading. I'm hoping that goes away. It's not something I'm used to. Usually I'm pretty good at reading. I don't have to reread stuff. I kind of pick it up. But yeah, I guess my mental health just lately is it's got my focus a little bit off. Damon Power. It can be draining, you know. Maybe you can create a schedule and have mental health streams alongside mental health. Yeah. The weird thing is once I have the camera on, I feel really really good, but when I shut it off, that's when I feel weird. Yeah, video game streams. Oh, okay, I see you. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe starting. My brain is fried. That's okay. Mine is too. Believe me. I've forgotten the sentence I was speaking a few times today already. Like how does that happen? You start to say a sentence and you can't even remember the end of it. If you want to be good at something, do that something. Yes, very much so. That's another thing I've been doing too is reading out loud. That's that's what I did for the first few hours here was just keep reading out loud, keep talking, keep trying, and I think I'm already getting better at it. I did have to take some breaks, and I do get distracted still, but I think especially if I keep doing this on stream, I'm gonna be um, strengthening those skills for sure. What are you guys planning to have for supper? Do you guys cook? I've got some chicken that's cold in the fridge. I think I'm gonna maybe make a chicken sandwich or something. Oh, that sounds really good. I like that idea. Chicken sandwich. Chicken salad sandwich. I need celery. Oh, you gotta look at this. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, chicken, mayonnaise. I've got those two. Celery, no. Red onions, no. Chicken broth, maybe. Chicken broth? Okay. Dijon mustard and seasoned salt. I think I have most of those things. I think that's what I'm gonna be eating. Healthy eating is a big part of healthy life, especially your mental health. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. We're back. I wonder. I hope not. Okay. I'm streaming on YouTube too, but I don't think I've had anybody come and check me out on YouTube yet. Have you ever thought about creating your own special place? A few years ago, when I was really struggling, I used to have a place to that wherever I go there or I'm there, I convince myself everything outside the place doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I'd spend as much time as I can there to recharge my energy to go to deal with shit. I'll probably have some eggs. Nice. Eggs sounds good too. Um, I don't know. My own special place. This is the closest thing I thought about making my own special place. I would do really well with people, like in person, but I don't know. No, I think I'd have to get a there. I think there's a couple places like that where I live. There's a youth center. Maybe not. I guess there's not really a center where adults can go. That's a really good idea, Damon. Yeah, one of those places sounds really good. I know I had one when I was a kid, and there's one here for kids, but not really for older people. It seems like they don't care as much about older people. Oh, it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day, you guys. It's gonna be a really good day. People keep popping in. It's tough to keep going over stuff. I'm Sess. I like talking about mental health, and I like helping people. Good, safe place, own special place is kind of problematic. It kind of tends to make a comfortable zone when you rarely get out. And if you lock it on a specific place, you might get very anxious on traveling and or being too long away from it. Yeah, that I can attest to that. I can't sleep in places that isn't my own bed. I don't know what it is. I'm guessing I could get tired enough to fall asleep at some point, but it's really, really uncomfortable sleep when I'm not in my own house, my own bed. And yeah, yeah, you're right. I spend too much time here. It's my comfort place. I have to get out more. But getting out more costs money. And I don't got money. I'm a poor, poor person. That's okay though. You don't have to be rich to have fun. You just need to find the right people. What about you guys? What are you guys doing this week? You guys got any big plans? I'd also like to watch one of these episodes. One of the Shogun episodes. This is apparently a really good show. A lot of people I've seen see it said they really liked it. And then Fallout. I'm gonna watch some Fallout too. And maybe send a message to a girl. That's brand new too. This POF thing, Plenty of Fish. It's a dating site. I never used to go on dating sites ever, but as a step towards increasing my social experience, I've decided to give it a shot and to do some talking with people on there too. Who knows? Maybe I'll even meet somebody who cares about me. My idea is that a safe place can anything and anywhere. Yeah, I create a safe place no matter where I am. I sort of agree what you said. Met Jesus. See that is a super skill, a superpower. If you're able to, um, there's a thing I hear in what's it called in meetings. Uh, just gotta change something. The only thing I have to worry about is the stuff. Oh, you can't see my arms. Is what's in this circle. That's all. That's all I have to worry about is what's in this circle. And it's kind of a reminder that like we don't have control over the whole world and to stop fighting. I think that time to time, to sleep on random motel or hotel or different bed gives experience. Some of them maybe even good. I don't know. The last two places I had to sleep were in the hospital and at a social detox. I don't know if you guys know what a social detox is. Basically, I got really, really depressed about 1.5 years ago, and sending a message to a girl doesn't sound like a bad idea, right? Just to talk, even just to say hi, it kind of, I don't know. Like I've already been rejected a bunch of times, but I haven't taken the rejection as rejection. It's just been, oh well, because right now I'm thinking I want to talk to people who want to talk to me. And if they don't want to talk to me, or if they don't want to listen to me, then that's okay. And if they want to, then that's perfect. Then we'll work out, right? But anyways, my story. Um, I was drinking very, very heavily, and I ended up hospitalized. And then they put me on a 3-day psych hold, and I had to go to the psych ward and spend. I think I spent a week there, and then after that, a couple weeks, I went to a social detox. And a social detox is for people detoxing, or like quitting their whatever their drug of choice is. Thanks for trying to keep up with my messy text and trying to get it together. But always blame autocorrect. Yeah. Are you guys both on phones? That's crazy. I don't think I've watched Twitch on my phone before. Yeah, no problem. You're an important viewer, Damon. You need help, and I want to help people. So it's exactly what we're both looking for, I think. And for everything that I do and say to you, it it works for me too. So thinking about meetings, like I was kind of excited actually when I was thinking about doing a meeting with you. I was like, well, good. I haven't done a meeting in a while, and doing a meeting might be a nice change of pace. Oh, okay. So it's a pretty small screen. How much does it cost for a cabin in the woods for a night? Here, probably $100. It's pretty expensive. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something wrong. I'd have to look it up. I don't even know of any cabins that get rented. And I am so lucky. I have a king size bed. I know, right? I used to work at a furniture delivery store, and they got a bed that got returned. It had something wrong with it. There was some kind of defect, and we had to cut off the tags, and we were supposed to take that king size bed to the dump and throw it away. I was like, hell no, I am not throwing this brand new bed away. And I brought it to my house, and now I have a king size bed at my house that I get to sleep on, and I didn't have to pay for it at all. We can still do that meeting. It can be a good thing for both of us. Yeah, sure we can. Um, it's good, and then you can tell me how I differ from other people, because everybody's meetings, they can be a little bit different. A lot of them are similar, but sometimes, like for instance, depending on their readings, like meeting readings here, see all of these, the 12 steps, 12 traditions, welcome long version, the preamble, 12 service concepts. Like, you don't have to read all of these, but it's definitely important to read the steps and the traditions and other things like that. But yeah, different meetings they'll have different readings. Maybe they'll pick different people to go in order. Sometimes you'll have speaker meetings where it'll be one person who goes up to the front of the meeting after the meeting starts and just shares for basically a whole hour on their experiences. King size beds have an overall length of 80. Nice. Yeah, they're pretty big. It is nice to sleep on, and I let my dog sleep in my bed too. So I know not everybody likes that idea. I think that's going to be a problem, though. That's one problem I'm going to have. If I ever do get a girlfriend, I don't think she's going to like sleeping on the floor. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Like, how do you say, honey, um, me and the dog get the bed. You got to sleep on the floor. It sounds like it's really hard to say. But doggos before hoes, right? Yeah, for sure we could do another meeting. Have you ever heard about Codependence Anonymous, Met Jesus? The program, it's a 12-step program. It's about basically about your relationship with yourself or your relationship with others and the things that we have bad habits of doing. Having multiple beds is okay. I don't know. That's too big brain for me. I guess I could try sleeping on couches. There's a few couches in my house, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just struggle. Ever since I was a kid, I struggled to sleep anywhere else. Like I go for sleepovers and I'd like walk home in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. But yeah, if you're interested, Match Jesus, we're gonna have a CODA meeting. We're gonna have a meeting later, me and Damon. And if you're interested, you could join us. It's a pretty interesting program, I think, anyways. Maybe give the guys who work in the dumpster your number and be like, hey, whenever you get a brand new queen size bed, give me a call. Yeah, it's exhausting to sleep for a long time side of someone, let it be partner or pet. Really? I didn't know that. I usually sleep really good, but I don't know about with somebody. I only slept with another person, I think, on two different nights. And both nights I woke up early and just kind of laid there waiting for her to wake up. Yeah, I was bad though with people. She went to the bathroom during the night. She came back in and it scared the crap out of me. And I woke up from sleep and it was like, oh, what's going on? And she's like, oh, geez, it's just me. And I was like, oh, yeah, I get spooked. Got my beard hairs ripping out. Do you think that'd be something you're interested in, Met Jesus? One of these meetings. Basically, you start it, you do some readings, and then you share a little bit. But for me, I think unless Damon wants to share, I'll probably just share myself on the topics, and then you do the like outing out reasons or the readings. Maybe it's a 12-step prayer or opening prayer. Oh yeah, this one you have to read too. It's a pretty good program. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it, and it only gets better. Like wait until you've seen some of the topic or heard some of the topics, and you're like, wow, I didn't even think about that. That happened to me so many times going through this program. We'll see. I think I go to sleep soon. Work days. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. We can wait until after you go to sleep, and then we'll see. Maybe we can get somebody else to pop in. I'm going to send a message. You give me one sec. Um, I'll do it on the computer. Oh, geez, I really hope I don't get sick again. There we go. Letting my other viewer know that I'm streaming. Maybe she'll come and pop in. It was pretty cool meeting her too. She came in and she told me everything that was going on with her, and I was like, okay. And we became basically fast friends. It's nice. It's nice to be able to have friends out there in the world they're from different cultures, different everything, but we're kind of connected, you know? It kind of makes me feel a little less alone, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I wonder what games people would like to watch. Do you play games, Damon? I think Metz Jesus plays a puzzle game that he showed me. I was looking at it the other day. Yeah, that's true. That loneliness will trick you, though. It'll trick you sometimes, and there's times where I won't talk at all for like weeks. Those are scary times. Yeah, I gotta remember. I have family, friends. Yep, I've got family and friends that care about me, and they help remind me every day that I'm a lucky, lucky person. The Witness? Oh yeah, yeah, The Witness, the game that you were playing. That's right. Yeah, I was wondering if you played any of the games on my list. I've got a pretty big list of games. I guess you can't see them because it's so tiny. I don't think I can control plus this. No. I don't know if you can see any of that. Some of the games I have. Some of these games are so good. But another thing that I've been having trouble with is enjoying video games. I used to be able to play a lot and enjoy it, but another thing that's been going on is just not being able to. So I try every once in a while to play for a little bit, but usually doesn't work out too well. I think on the 8th though, I'm going to be playing games and streaming it, I think. I'm going to be playing V Rising, a vampire game. And it's like a building and survival game. So you can build castles and stuff. It's pretty good.
V Rising was one of my favorite game releases.
Oversaturation. I'm pretty sure. I think I'm allowed to watch a YouTube video. I don't really know. I don't want this video to get cancelled again. But see,
To add multiple
he's building a
floors
castle
to your
here.
castle. This has been a highly requested feature since launch.
You build your own castle. You're a vampire. You kill enemies.
Fine so far.
Here you go.
Yeah, you summon someone that you need to kill.
Here's a little bit of the combat.
And I'm almost
This is a
dead.
boss.
down. Okay. Take the health orbs. Pop this down. Pop this.
It's a pretty cool
Still
game.
fine.
If you're interested in that kind of game, are you interested in survival types or mostly a bit of an age thing? Start of a middle-age crisis, maybe. Oh, okay. Maybe. I wonder. I think it could be changing too. Like, I do consume a lot of stuff still, like videos and reading and all that. Just about out of water for my dog. Yeah, it's a lot harder to. I don't know. It sucks. What anhedonia is another thing that I experience. I think I've already talked to you about that. Anhedonia. Inability to feel pleasure. I played a lot WoW shooters and Minecraft. Nice. Yeah, Minecraft I didn't play too much. And shooters I played a little bit, but when I realized I wasn't going to be able to be as good as the best, I quit. I'm super competitive, and if I'm not playing well, I really don't like it. So for WoW, I was pretty good at WoW too, but I would always have to be good, you know? Now I don't wanna. I watch. It's interesting to see people how people figure things out. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of the time I feel the same way. It's I don't know, strange compared to how I used to be though. I guess it's been years now since I was like that. But we'll see. On the 8th, call it lazy gaming. Even pirating is more active. Yeah. Hey, it's okay, right? I've done the same thing. There's a streamer that I watch. He he's streaming right now. He's playing a video game. Well, there's a couple people live right now. Oh, I don't see that. The other guy, he was playing RimWorld. It's called. It's a pretty nice game. It's kind of halfway there because you basically set jobs out for your guys to do, and then they automatically do them. I don't know if you've ever heard of RimWorld. You make a little base. This game is pretty cool.
Fun because I was being really silly with. I'm going to. He's gonna need sleep soon though.
Hey, welcome back. I was just talking about RimWorld. I don't know if you know about that game. It's a pretty cool game. It's a little bit different, but you can you don't have to be actively playing it all the time. You can kind of sit and wait. And those are the games I've been trying to enjoy lately. Is the ones where it's not all action, action, action. It's kind of like, okay, do something and then wait for it to have some effect, and then do something and then wait for it to have an effect. This one's pretty fun though. He's making his circular base. Oops. Oh, that's gonna be good. And your story-based games more? Oh, okay. Well, that game is kind of like a story game. You're supposed to make your own story of, like, the base start is three adventurers, or not adventurers, three space guys that get into a crash and crash land on a planet. And so you're supposed to tell their story of getting off the planet. But the story is the story you create. It's not story that's already created. There's some really good story games for sure, though. What are some of your favorite story games? Like Last of Us? I watched the show, but I didn't play the game. What's the last story game I played? I guess I could take a look. Baldur's Gate 3. That's the last one I played. It had a good story. And the ending I picked, oh, the ending I picked wasn't very good though, but I picked it. So it's a fun game. I don't know if you've played Baldur's Gate 3. Dang good game. Have I told you my favorite game is Last of Us? No. LOL, yeah, it's my top favorite alongside The Evil Within, Resident Evil, Days Gone, Telltale games. Oh, cool. My genre is idle games. I don't even play them a lot, but mechanics are interesting. Yeah, I've noticed myself being more partial to those kinds. Well, because it's one of the best stories that I've encountered in the last little while, and I was like, I bet you he liked Last of Us. Just a good guess. I can do that sometimes. But yeah, and for me, it was Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate, if you guys are interested in that, it's pretty good. You can, it's not really action like either. It's turn based, and so turn based is a little bit easier in my opinion because, well, I mean, you got to think it's like moving a chessboard. You got to take your piece and you got to move it. That was a great guess. It's the best story I've ever experienced. That's cool. Yeah, I really like the show. I didn't play the game, but I really liked the show. And I thought it did some things really good that I hadn't seen before or rarely. I forgot I had this game. I was playing it again. You can play it multiple times through and hear the story on different people. You should definitely play Last of Us Part 1 Remake. It's on PC. I heard it does it have a good port or is it a bad port? What was that? Holy. Upgrade to digital? It's a little expensive. I'll add it to my wish list. Maybe catch it on a sale. Thank you. Yeah. I haven't bought any games in a little while. Um I'm I don't know how to explain Canadian. Let's do American. Um this is how much money I earn a month. And then I have to pay rent. So that's my rent. So usually I only have a little bit left over and I can buy a couple different things like groceries and then maybe some treats. But it's pretty tight. But that's okay. I'm able to get everything I need. And that is way more than lots of people can say. So I think I'm really, really lucky to be here and to be in Canada. It's a cool place. You guys might like to come visit sometime. Just make sure it's not winter or summer. Because winter is cold and summer is hot. I think we had. SAS. KATCH. I'm sure with that good heart of yours, you make your dreams come true. Oh, thanks, man. I don't know. I think you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna find somebody someday, and you're gonna reach out and help them. So I'm just paying it forward. Somebody helped me, and I'm gonna do my best to help other people. And now maybe you'll do the same. And in helping other people, you'll help yourself more than anybody. And it's such a powerful tool. Um, that's weird. Oh, here we go. Canada's a really beautiful place, and also Canadians are really nice. Really nice. Like I told you before, I've never met a rude Canadian. They exist, and just there's like redneck Canadians too. Like if you ever heard of a redneck, like American, there's redneck Canadians too. And there's some lot of people I know that aren't the nicest people in the world. You know those fat like on my mom's boyfriend, his family's been basically a part of our family for the last like 15 years or something like that. But their whole family is racist. And going over there and hanging out with them and they're racist, it's like, what? What? You're Canadian. How can you be racist? And some of the things they say, I just shake my head. I go and spend some family time with them on family occasions, but it can be hard. One of the things about me is I don't like people who hate people, and so I really don't like the racism. Like some of it is so dumb. I remember one of the times we're sitting there. They look out the window, and there's a black guy, and he's scraping off of his window or something, and they're like, "Oh, look at him! He doesn't even know how to scrape his window." And I was like, "What? What? Why even say that? Why even point out that he's out there just to laugh at him?" Yeah, so embarrassing. But I don't know. We learn and we grow. Hopefully, and we can grow and learn from those kinds of situations. Man. And I always feel so embarrassed whenever family members do that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's definitely bad Canadians. But you can meet a lot of good ones. Like in the social detox that I went to, there was like 12 to 14 people there usually, and they're all people with addictions problems trying to get free of their addiction. I got to talk to a lot of people, a lot of different people, from higher ups to lower downs. You know, people who haven't graduated, who lived on the street. I understand. I don't even play ice hockey. Um, yep, scraping windows. Ice hockey's fun though. Have you ever gone skating? I haven't been skating in years and years. I'm a bad Canadian. Canadians should skate every winter. Oh, I don't even own skates. I'd have to buy myself new skates. Maybe that's something I'll do this winter. Oh wait, winter's over. Next winter. I'd really like to do some skating. Every time I see this, I get hungrier. Oh yeah, more of my symptoms. You don't own skates? That should be a crime. LOL, you definitely should get them next winter. Yeah, they're expensive too, though. Being poor sucks. Sport check. How much are they now? Maybe I can go to a Salvation Army. Do you guys know what Salvation Army is? I have no idea if it's only a Canadian thing. Holy son of a gun! This one's $1,099.99. Are those skates or is it a car? Jiminy crickets. Oh look, there's one, $70. This one's 1,200. I wonder if I can Control Plus this, so you guys can see. Crazy. These ones are only $70 though. That's not too bad if I saved up a couple times. Right? Clearance, $419.97. Jiminy crickets. Oh, 59. Oh, it's a youth hockey skate. Man, I still miss hockey. I used to play when I was a little kid. I hope they're battery-driven skates, right? No, no. Let's click on the $1,200 ones. Let's see a little bit about them. Interesting. Product details. The new improved one-piece boot speed forms the backbone of the CCM JetSpeed FT6 Pro Senior hockey skates, ensuring a comfortable, game-ready feel with an unparalleled range of motion. Designed for acceleration and performance. These skates come with an 80 PT comfort tongue for extra forward flexion and a great fit, and a step. Oh, I should make it bigger. And a step. Where is it? And a step black steel blade for better edge life. Their carbon coating provides. Oh, it's carbon coated blade. Provides extra gliding abilities to help you move faster on the ice. You might as well forget about the ice altogether and focus on victory. So it's carbon coated. For $1,200. $1,300. And they don't even come in size 12. Look at that. They only come in size 11. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know skates size were smaller than shoe sizes. Definitely should not be a crime considering the prices, right? How long have we been going for? Just about 4 hours. I'm starting to sweat. I don't know why. Well, they look pretty anyways. Maybe if I win the lottery, I'll buy a good pair. All right. I think if you're willing, I got size 13 or EU 46. Kind of easy to buy something. Usually there's only one pair that fits. Oh, really? That's a big size, yeah. I'm only 12. It depends on the shoe. Sometimes I'm 11 and a half or 11, but mostly I'm size 12. I don't know what the EU is. It's smaller than that, though. I was going to say, I might do the meeting now and then get ready for supper afterwards. Where did I put that? Do you guys hear that sound every time I close a window? I wonder if that's annoying. If I should turn it off. Okay. It's a addition I have on this GX. I looked at Brave too, and I don't know. I decided not to switch just yet. That's good. Oh yeah, I was looking for meeting. Complete guide for starting and leading a quota meeting. Oh, you could we could read this stuff too. For how about how to run a meeting? Most meetings I've been to are good meetings, but sometimes they're bad meetings and you don't know why, and it's usually because people aren't following the 12 traditions. So how does this one say to you chooses without ads on Brave? I saw Brave, but I haven't upgraded to it yet. I kind of want to keep this Gamer GX one for now. I don't know if I get ads. Do I get ads?
Prison with parole eligibility after 18 years for killing his 53-year-old girlfriend and burying her body behind the couple's home in Akron's.
I didn't get an ad there.
We've not spoken for 2 years.
Maybe I don't get ads with this Opera GX.
If a woman has obesity and
Jeez. Structure and general information. Right, minus that one. What is a CODA meeting? A CODA meeting is a group of 2 or more people who come together around their shared desire for a healthy and loving relationships. See, this thing is important. All right. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I really, really appreciate you. And thanks for showing me all the books and all the different sites and all the different things. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a really good sleep. The meeting uses the 12 steps and the 12 traditions of Codependence Anonymous as the basis for working toward recovery. It is a place to find sponsorship and fellowship, as well as sharing the experience, strength, and hope. A strong sense of acceptance and community makes a meeting attractive to both the newcomer and the old-timer. There are minimal requirements to be considered a CODA meeting. These requirements are to read the 4 following foundational documents as written at every meeting and to register the meeting with either CODA World or Voting Entity VE. the welcome, short or long version, preamble, 12 steps, 12 traditions. So this is the basic form of a meeting. You'll get in, you'll read the welcome, the preamble, 12 steps, the 12 traditions, and maybe a couple daily readings. Is that how it went for yours? In addition, Coda groups are required to use Codependence Anonymous book as a primary resource for their meeting. No other 12-step book can be used at a Coda meeting. Exclusive of Codependence Anonymous book at meetings means that the Coda message is not diluted in any way. Meetings who choose not to read the 4 foundational documents or use non-Coda 12-step books will not be recognized as Coda meetings. I wonder. It will not be listed in the Coda meeting directory. So, this is a topic. I don't know, did you go through the traditions too? Maybe that's another thing that we'll go over through today. I was there a bit late, but I stayed till the end after the closing prayers. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, usually they read these things at the beginning. And then there's some other books too, but I don't know if oh, it looks like the book that I have isn't in here. The Language of Letting Go. So technically, if I were to read this in a meeting, I wouldn't supposed to. Oh, cool. Discord? Yeah, sure. After that, let me know, and I'll start a meeting. I don't know about the streaming a meeting. Streaming? Let's look that. Meeting. Oh, I was wondering too if you use Zoom. Did you use Zoom for the screenshot from the meeting? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. You can share a screenshot. Oh, no. I'm not saying... Okay. I see. Oops. Yeah, we could do this over Discord too. Is that what you were thinking? A Discord meeting? Yeah, Zoom is good. That's what I used to. I've got it on my phone. Yeah, we don't have to stream it. There's a tradition too. I'll read what she wrote here. I can't. Yeah, sure. I can't see it. I wonder. I wonder how to make it bigger. I can't even read it. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's okay to share. Um, if you're on phone, just double tap. I know how to make it a little bit bigger, but it's it's showing it pretty small. Look, I'll show you. It's really small on my screen. That's pretty cool though. You got some good stuff out of it then? What was your topic about yesterday? Oh, I guess I could. Oops. Got a reading here. It was about codependency in relationships. How do you feel about that though? Like, because I've been through the program and I've gone through a lot. I know exactly how it's going to help my life because I don't know, it teaches you a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of things that we're doing wrong in our lives and how to better ourselves. That's why I suggested it. And it's yeah, relationships is a huge chunk of what we're doing. They say they say that most problems interpersonal problems. All problems are interpersonal problems. I've I've seen this a lot. All problems are interpersonal problems. So basically, the better we learn to be in a world with ourselves and other people, I'm pretty sure it'll have a direct effect on any kind of depression or anxiety or anything else you're feeling. But I guess it all depends because I've seen people go to 12-step meetings and they're like, "Oh no, this isn't gonna work. This is not gonna work. This won't work for me." And usually I'm dismayed because there's so much to be gained and it affects every aspect of your life, not just the depression, not just the anxiety, not just the loneliness. It affects like every inch of your life. It all translates. And that take what you want, leave the rest was my favorite thing ever in these programs because I go there and I listen, and you hear other people sharing exactly what you go through. And and when you hear that, you know you're not alone. You know there's people getting through it and they're using this program to help themselves. And it's such an amazing feeling. There's like a magic. I like to call it a magic in those rooms. Um, Usually after a meeting, I feel uplifted. I feel I feel confident and relaxed and really good. And that's not something that is easy to get in other places. So I'm so glad. And also there are questions. If you'd like to answer these questions instead of that topic, from people's experience, I learned to look at my mistakes as well as not only others. It was mainly about these stuff, but at least I felt a bit calm. And there were some people who were struggling with depressive episodes as well. I felt that too after my meeting. That's good. That's good. That's how you know it's a good meeting. And also, there were questions if you'd like to answer these questions instead of that topic. What questions? They gave you some questions to think about. Is that what is in the Discord? 12 promises? Oh, the 12 promises too. Oh, yeah. That sounds like a good meeting. For meetings, do you plan to go once a week, or do you plan to attend as many as you can? What's your go-to there? I mean, taking as many as you can, it can be overwhelming. Um, yeah. I guess we could do it now. I'm probably gonna end stream before we go into Discord. I just don't know if I want to end stream right away, or if I want to try to hold on for a little bit. No, I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna call the stream, and then do you want to jump into the Discord chat with me? There. There, I'm in Discord. All right, I'm going to end the stream for today, guys. Thank you for being here and learning with me. I'm going to go have a meeting, and